Just let me know when you're all set there.
You're live.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you. And committee staff, are you guys ready to go too?
Ready to go.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in today to the special meeting of the Select Committee on Homelessness Strategies and Investments. It is May 27th at 2:01 p.m. We are meeting remotely here on Zoom. Folks can call in to 206-684-8566 to access the listen line or access this live on the Seattle channel. I will now call this meeting to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Juarez. Councilmember Juarez. Councilmember Morales.
Here.
Councilmember Mosqueda.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Councilmember Sawant.
Here.
Councilmember Strauss.
Present.
Council President Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Herbold. Councilmember Herbold. Chair Lewis.
Present.
There are 7 council members present.
All right, thank you so much. Being a committee of the whole, 5 members is a quorum. We have a quorum. And I will announce the presence of Councilmember Herbold and Juarez if they come in later in the meeting. We will now proceed with the approval of the agenda. If there is no objection, the agenda will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the agenda is adopted. So now proceeding here to lining up what we're going to be talking about today. I want to thank all my colleagues and all the members of the public and the exceptionally large number of people who've signed up for public comment, about 111 of our members, of residents of the city. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the city's efforts to provide a public hearing on a bill that's been brought forward by 3 of the Seattle City Council members, Council members Morales, who's the prime sponsor, Council member Mosqueda, and Council member Sawant, relating to the navigation team. And that bill is Council Bill 119796. We do have public comment for this meeting. I want to remind everybody that the public comment is subject to special rules by the council. It's not something that we've completely worked out yet, as people who have been watching these meetings over the last couple of weeks know. So I do ask for everyone's indulgence in making sure that we're all working together here as we learn to operate this new system in real time. It remains our strong intent to have public comment regularly included on meeting agendas. The City Council does reserve the right to end or eliminate these public comment periods at any point if we deem that the system is being abused or is unsuitable for allowing our meetings to be conducted efficiently and in a manner in which we are able to conduct our necessary business. So with that, we do have, as I just said, a considerable number of folks who are signed up for public comment. And the public comment period, because of the large number of folks, I'm going to limit it to 1 minute per speaker. We do have some folks on the line who are going to be taking advantage of translation services. I am going to allow up to 3 minutes for that exchange, which will require some conferring and then the relaying of the translation. So I do want to make sure we're making adequate accommodation so that all the residents of our city that are calling in can make their views plain on our agenda today. The public comment period for this meeting is up to 20 minutes. I would like to ask the indulgence ahead of time of my colleagues to go ahead and extend that at the front, given that we have 111 speakers. I do want to give everybody the opportunity to speak for at least a minute, with the full understanding that some folks might not want to go through with it, or some people might have signed up but they aren't present. I'd like to ask that we set initially 60 minutes and then reassess if we get to the conclusion of that. And I would like to just see if anyone has an objection, if they could make that known now, or if we could just proceed under that assumption. Okay, I don't hear any objection to that. So just for the committee staff, we are going to do 60 minutes, each speaker given 1 minute, except in the case of a translation, in which case I'll be providing 3 minutes to make sure we can accommodate that. I'll call on each speaker by name and in the order in which they registered on the council's website. If you have not yet registered to speak, but you would like to, you can sign up before the end of public comment by going to the council's website, www.seattle.gov/council. The public comment link is also listed on today's agenda. Once I call a speaker's name, staff will unmute the appropriate mic, and then an automatic prompt of "you have been unmuted" will be the speaker's cue that it is their turn to speak. Please begin speaking by stating your name and the item which you are addressing on the agenda. Speakers will hear a chime when 10 seconds are left of the allotted time. Once the speaker hears the chime, we ask that you begin to wrap up your public comments. If speakers do not end their comments at the end of the allotted time provided, the speaker's mic will be muted after 10 seconds to allow us to call on the next speaker. Once you have completed your public comment, we ask that you please disconnect from the line, and that if you plan to continue following this meeting, please do so via Seattle channel or the listening options listed on the agenda. The public comment period is now open, and we will begin with the first speaker on the list. And sorry, I need to X out of this so I can see the list and preside over this on my computer here. Our first public speaker, public commenter, will be Angie Gerald. And it looks like Angie Gerald actually is not present. So once Ms. Gerald is present, we'll go back to her. I'll move ahead to our second speaker, Tiffany McCoy. Tiffany McCoy, you have 1 minute.
This is Tiffany McCoy, the lead organizer with Real Change. We support Council Bill 119796 fully. I first want to say that it is shameful of Tim Burgess and others to mislead the public on what this ordinance actually does. The idea that this ordinance would allow encampments to pop up anywhere, as well as arguing that there is inherent criminality in all encampments, is irresponsible and perpetuates falsehoods about our unhoused neighbors. We need this ordinance to codify public health guidelines around encampment removals during COVID. Public health must be the guiding principle. We also need to quickly ramp up tiny house villages and sanctioned encampments to the 40 that you all agreed to in the fall. Please get this done.
Thank you, Tiffany, for your comment. Our next speaker is Matthew Lang. Matthew Lang.
Hi there, my name is Matthew Lang. I'm the lead organizer of the Transit Riders Union, a member of the planning committee for the Ballard Community Task Force on Homelessness and Hunger. I'm speaking today in favor of Council Bill 119796. As Tiffany said earlier, we really have to follow the CDC guidelines about spreading folks around the city. When people have chosen to shelter in place in a certain area, we need to be providing outreach and services to them, not providing a militarized police presence in order to scatter them to the wind. So I'm never here advocating for people to be living outside, but until we have options for people to go into that are suitable, then we cannot continue camp evictions, especially under the current pandemic status. We must open up more hotel spaces so that folks can have access to proper hygiene services and
Thank you, Matthew. Here, before proceeding to the next speaker, I believe that we've been joined by Councilmember Juarez. Is that the case, Councilmember Juarez? Are you in the meeting? Mr. Clerk, I think that the number ending in 9083 is Councilmember Juarez, and she was trying. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm in. Thank you. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, and I believe we've also been joined by Councilmember Herbold.
Correct.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, we will now proceed with public comment. Our next public commenter is Don Blakeney.
Can you hear me? Great. Hi, my name is Don Blakeney, and I'm with the Downtown Seattle Association. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to ask the council not take further action to restrict the navigation team at this time. The proposed legislation would greatly limit the ability of the city to work with or engage and remove encampments, even ones that pose a serious public health or public safety issues like we're seeing today along 2nd Avenue Extension in Pioneer Square in downtown Seattle. That's the wrong approach. In recent weeks, we've seen several encampments that have crossed a reasonable threshold in safety and public health for our communities, posing a threat to everyone, especially the people who are experiencing homelessness. Currently, encampments can only be removed in the most extreme public safety and public health circumstances with individuals offered shelter. That's the right policy. Instead of taking options off the table, we're asking that the council come forward with some solutions that both assist those in need, but also help keep our neighborhoods safe, clean, and healthy through the stay-at-home order and subsequent phase economic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presenter is John Stovall.
Thank you. My name is John Stovall, and I'm here with the Washington Low-Income Housing Alliance supporting Bill 119796. Last Thursday, I witnessed the sweep on Weller Street, and I just want to share a few takeaways. So I spoke with 3 people who had just had their tents crushed in a dump truck. All 3 had just set up camp right outside the Navigation Center, hoping to get a bed there. But because nobody is leaving the Nav Center right now, there have been essentially no openings in weeks. In fact, Washington statewide has seen a decrease in our shelter capacity by roughly 30% since COVID-19 started. So we have quite tangibly lost ground in our homelessness response over the last 2 months. All 3 of the individuals I spoke with had absolutely nowhere to go. None were offered housing or a shelter bed. The CDC guidelines clearly state that clearing encampments creates the potential for infectious disease spread. Do we as a city want to join with the federal administration and disregard our foremost experts on pandemic response, or do we actually want to save lives? We must end violent, ineffective sweeps and instead put our resources towards.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Calvin Jones.
Hi, my name is Calvin Jones, and I'm a renter in District 3 and an organizer with Tech for Housing. I'm here to support Councilmember Morales' bill to end encampment sweeps. I think encampment sweeps are unethical under any circumstances, but especially bad during a pandemic. And using public health as an excuse to clear an encampment is disingenuous and wrong. I'd like to see this council end encampment sweeps in Seattle and raise progressive taxes to fund enough housing for everyone who needs it, because housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maya Garfinkel, sorry.
Hi, my name is Maya Garfinkel, and I'm an organizer with Be Seattle, speaking in support of CB 119796. 1 in 10 apartments in Seattle sit empty. Average rent is almost $2,000, and over 11,000 people in the greater Seattle region are without secure housing. Our houseless neighbors are facing the brunt of this broken housing system. Although Mayor Jenny Durkan stated that unsanctioned encampment sweeps would stop, except for extreme circumstances during the pandemic, sweeps have raged across the city in May. As other people have mentioned, the CDC has recommended that cities do not disrupt encampments or unsheltered people, as it threatens to increase the spread of COVID-19 and limits connections with direct service providers. The sweeps place further hardship on our neighbors who are already facing housing, health, and financial insecurity. COVID-19 cases amongst people experiencing homelessness have continued to rise in King County and will only worsen by continuing encampment sweeps. Please pass CB 119796.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we now have Angie Gerald present, I believe. Angie Gerald?
So much. Yes, thank you so much. I'm calling from Ballard to speak in support of the navigation team, who have been active here for 4 years. When someone living unsheltered in Ballard is both suffering and causing harm, I can contact a sergeant on the navigation team and they know that person. I can tell them so-and-so, who is refusing to stay in her fully subsidized CDSC apartment, has a bad tooth abscess and has been harassing small businesses again. Or so-and-so, who rants about why she left the Whittier Heights tiny house village, was just crying on the burnt woman with 2 black eyes, and her campmates have turned her situation into a severe environmental hazard, even though caseworkers are regularly coming and going. The navigation team balances the public health and safety of the community with the individual situations of people, being on the most painful fringes of society. Do not further limit the navigation team's work. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Erin Goodman.
Hello, thank you. Hello, thank you. I'm Erin Goodman. I'm the Executive Director of the Soto Business Improvement Area. Today we face extraordinary circumstances, and the need for government to fulfill its core responsibilities is even more critical. Unsafe and unhealthy encampments cannot be allowed to spiral out of control in the middle of our neighborhood business districts. The city must use its resources to address these issues in a humane way that gets individuals into shelter and to the help they need. The navigation team has acted with compassion during this emergency, providing supplies and resources to those living outside, and it's only removed encampments in the most extreme public safety and public health circumstances, with individuals being offered shelter. That is the right policy. Our neighborhood businesses are struggling right now under the weight of closures, and for them to have any hope of surviving, they need to know that customers will come back. We urge you as council members to come to the table with solutions, not barriers, and to work with us to plan for and assist our communities as we enter economic recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Daniel Ojalvo. Ojalvo?
Yes, Daniel Ojalvo. I'm a software engineer. I also volunteer with Homeless Organizing Community Seattle. So I help out bringing supplies to people, encampments, help keep them quarantined. I just wanted to say that, speak in favor of the resolution, Mayor Durkin here is being irresponsible with public health and public safety. Without a place with 4 walls and a roof to send somebody, if we're sending people to crowded shelters and to jails or just out walking around, we're going to be putting everybody at risk. This is a time that was going to be inconvenient. It's a time that is going to be difficult, but we need to come together and make sure that we take care of our most vulnerable. And you have to look at parallels now between what's going on here and what's going on in Minneapolis. When people are treated dehumanized and they're it's creating a tinderbox that we need to address, and we need to address with compassion and taking care of people struggling.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Olivia Smith.
Smith, I'm in support. This is Olivia Smith. I'm in support of 119796. I just wanted to say I'm absolutely disgusted by the sweeps that have been going on during coronavirus when there's no safe places for people to go. And I'm disgusted by the politics, flip-flopping, and inaction by elected officials for years. It's 2020. We're in a global pandemic. Thousands have died. Thousands have lost their jobs. And the world's richest people are in this area making unprecedented profits from our struggle and suffering. If you're in a position of power, why wouldn't you do everything possible to redistribute resources and make it even just a little easier for poor people to live? It's that simple. Stop the sweeps, tax the rich. Peace.
Thank you, Olivia. The next speaker is Joe Kunzler.
Wow, thank you for having me on today. I want to very briefly ask that Amendment 2 to today's resolution pass to protect bike lanes. I believe Councilmember Mosqueda is doing a great job trying to balance out the crazies here. But really, we need to stop talking about sweeps, and we need to start talking about housing the homeless. We need to stop kicking the can down the road and start looking at Ann Davidson Sattler's plans and use that as a starting place. It's not the end. It's a starting place. And we need to, in this economic crisis, prioritize housing the homeless now and public works jobs to house the homeless, and we need to make this a real priority. And also, finally, I really think we need to put a big fat billboard up in the billboard of Heidi Wells saying "Miss me yet," because Heidi Wells would have already solved this homeless problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. The next speaker is Kate Rubin.
Of B Seattle. Hi, I'm Kate Rubin, and I'm the Executive Director of B Seattle. I'm calling in support of Councilmember Morales' bill number 119796. One of B Seattle's primary commitments is to provide outreach to people experiencing homelessness. I was at the Sleeps in the International District last week. Both of the encampments were in relatively isolated portions of the area where there's not typically much foot traffic. So none of the people that I spoke to who were being forced out were offered individual housing as recommended by the CDC. Yesterday, I visited a large encampment in First Hill and found that many of the folks there who were displaced from the ID had ended up there. Our houseless community members were already struggling with outbreaks of hepatitis A before the pandemic hit, and COVID-19 cases amongst people experiencing homelessness have continued to rise in King County. These sweeps are unethical, expensive, and a risk to public safety. Surely putting the money spent on the sweeps towards sanitation services and hand washing stations would be a more compassionate and safer alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hannah Lake.
Hi, thank you. My name is Hannah Lake, and I'm addressing encampment sweeps. Sweeping the homeless from their encampments is not the answer, especially during the COVID crisis. The truth is there are not enough shelter beds or housing for all the homeless people in Seattle. Even if there was, many would have to make the choice of staying in a shelter where it's much easier to catch and spread the virus, or fending for themselves in tents or otherwise in order to remain isolated. I live in North Lake Nicholsville Tiny House Village, where most people residing in the village were tested for COVID and no one was infected. I do not believe this is a coincidence. We have access to cleaning supplies, showers, and most importantly, our own spaces to live. However, we are being forced to move soon, and we believe it is unsafe to do so. With over 1,000 deaths statewide, I worry for all of us, especially the elderly that would be displaced and unsafe if we can't find somewhere else to move. I feel for the people already enduring the misery of not knowing where they will lay their head at night, yet also having to worry about their health and safety in this pandemic. Please consider stopping encampment sweeps entirely. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Colleen Rosas is the next speaker.
Thank you. Council members, thank you for allowing me to speak in regard to Ordinance 119796. I work in Pioneer Square. I'm Colleen Rosas. I work in Pioneer Square. And the history and beauty of Seattle is evident in Pioneer Square. There's cobblestone streets. Buildings have character. Streets are lined with beautiful hanging flower baskets. Yet there's another side of the city that's not so beautiful. Walking down the sidewalk, needles and human waste are commonplace. My coworkers have been chased down the street in broad daylight, yelled at and threatened by homeless and drug-addicted individuals. It's not hard to find someone openly doing drugs, going to the bathroom, or standing naked on the corner shouting obscenities. Allowing tents on the streets will only worsen this problem. I support solutions for homelessness, but this is not a solution. I urge you to vote no on 119796 and to restore the safety and beauty to our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Ahmed Bagheri Garakani.
Hi, my name is Omid Bagheri-Garakani. I'm a Seattle resident of over 12 years, and I'm here today as a public health worker. I'm here to express support for Council Bill 119796. As part of a letter shared with Mayor Durkin and the entire City Council yesterday, dated March 26th, myself and now over 125 public health workers in Seattle, including human service providers, feel a different approach is needed in terms of the practice of encampment removals during a pandemic. The public health evidence simply does not support the practice of removals of encampments at all, let alone during a pandemic. CDC guidelines specifically outline what local officials must do to curb spread of COVID-19 for people living outside in the broader community. Instead of removals, allowing residents of homeless encampments to remain in place with support to implement disease prevention measures is needed, unless, of course, providing encampment residents with individual housing units is possible, which is the ultimate goal. We urge you to set the example nationally of bringing evidence-based public health into practice with this policy by supporting Council Bill 1.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sume Ang.
Good afternoon. My name is Su Mei Ing, and I'm a member of the Chinatown community, and I'm in opposition to CB 119796. We've heard Councilmember Morales say that Chinatown International District does not support encampment removal. I'm here to let you know in just over a week, 6,700 plus people signed an online change.org petition opposing CB 119796. Additionally, over 1,200 more people against the legislation signed a hand petition, many with English and no internet access who wanted to share their opinion. These include residents from 14 senior housing buildings and over 30 businesses. Council members received the petition results yesterday in the mail from the Zhonghua Benevolent Association, the Umbrella Association for 21 other organizations. Message here is loud and clear. CID is not in favor of this. Council members, please vote no on CB 119796.
Thank you. The next speaker is Todd Rosen.
The council members. First, I want to thank the council members who are engaged with the Third Door Coalition. It's the right idea at the right time. My comments are about CB 119796. Extreme circumstances is not consistently defined among all stakeholders. For a renter in the apartments and and for folks who just want to enjoy their park, the increase in petty crime, fighting at all hours, open and constant drug use, and a hepatitis outbreak presented what could reasonably be termed an extreme circumstance. The good intentions and science behind this bill notwithstanding, I ask that you consider amending it, specifically include camp and city parks and any parking strips that surround them. That last detail is important. We need our open spaces to be safe and welcoming now more than ever. Seeing folks reduced to camping outdoors at all is a tragedy. If the city cannot find the wherewithal to house them, or some folks want to live that way for whatever reason, let's carve out camping in parks and the parking strips around it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Amy Tower. Amy Tower.
Hi, my name is Amy Tower. I'm an education counselor and a tenant organizer with the Tenants Union of Washington here in Seattle. I'm here to speak in favor of Councilmember Morales' Bill 119796. As a tenant counselor, I'm often speaking with folks on the phone across the state, a lot of folks in Seattle who are facing displacement. And since the coronavirus pandemic hit, we've gotten an incredible amount of calls of folks who are not able to pay their rent and are facing potential eviction and displacement. And I'm really, really concerned that our housing crisis, which was already an emergency, has been for years, is going to be exacerbated. And I think that it's possible to focus on stopping the sweeps while also investing in tenant protections and affordable housing. Thank you.
Next up, Laura Lowe.
Hello, my name is Laura. I'm calling in favor of CB 119796. I'm part of a volunteer organizing collective called Share the Cities. I want to say I support everything said earlier by Real Change, Low Income Housing Alliance, Be Seattle, Washington Tenants Union. And I encourage anybody listening to this, especially our elected leaders, to really dig into the names, the 2.5 pages of names of health officials who signed that letter to Mayor Durkin in support of this legislation. A public health solution is letting people stay in their temporary homes, letting them stay in their temporary homes and providing sanitation, providing laundry, providing bathrooms to them. And we can follow the guidelines from the CDC, follow Boise versus Idaho, follow what's legal and correct and what will give people dignity, and work together to provide safety for everybody in Seattle. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize, I forgot Emily Ryder. So Emily, if you're on, it's to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Ryder, and I thank the Council for allowing me to speak today in regards to Ordinance 119796. I'm speaking as someone who works in Pioneer Square. A primary concern when we located our company downtown was whether or not the more urban setting we were going to was safe. And today I do not feel safe in Pioneer Square. Human waste, aggressive behavior, and dangerous drug paraphernalia is prevalent on our streets. We need real solutions for the problem, and I do not feel that ordinance that is under consideration today is the answer. This move would create a problem much larger in our area than the one you're trying to address, and I urge you to vote no today. Thank you.
Next up, Megan Cruz.
Hello, my name is Megan Cruz. I live downtown near 3rd and Pike. I see homeless people suffering every day. However, I don't believe encampments are a safe or compassionate solution for people in crisis, especially in a pandemic. Unauthorized camps lack necessary hygiene and present a health risk to their residents, service workers, first responders, and the public. Please focus council time and city resources on solutions like fast-tracking 24/7 shelters, hygiene stations, and tiny houses. Meanwhile, the first response should be an outreach that follows the co-lead model and contract housing for people in motels and hotels that are currently shuttered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Christina Hermione, but it looks like she's not present yet. So if you're out there, Christina Hermione, if you get on here, I'll go back to you and call you when we have a second. So I'll move on to the next presenter, Laura Zahaba.
Hi, thank you. My name is Lara Zahaba. I am both a resident of Ballard and one of the owners of Stoop Brewing in Ballard's Industrial District. I am calling to ask Council to vote no on CB 119796. It is my understanding that sufficient limitations to protect encampments are already in place, and to remove health pandemics like COVID-19 and hepatitis A from the list of reasons authorizing the city to intervene perpetuates an already troubling situation and endangers public safety. As an individual and as a small business owner, I support the need for social safety nets, but believe that distinctions need to be made when it comes to meeting the needs of those in distress, responding to criminal activity, and protecting public health. Rather than employing a hands-off approach to encampments and allowing the problem to exacerbate, I would ask Council to allow the work of the navigation teams to continue and to focus on real solutions that would help move people off the streets and into safe housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Karen Gielen.
My name is Karen Gillen, and I'm speaking to the ordinance, against the ordinance to remove the unsanctioned encampments. I'm a downtown resident who can no longer feel safe on the streets of my neighborhood. At least a dozen tents within a block of my home are in existence. Many of the people in these encampments are severely mentally ill, drug addicted, or both. These people belong in supportive housing, not enabled to stay on our streets and sidewalks. Please do your job and find solutions rather than enabling the continued degradation of the safety and health of our homeless residents as well as those of us who are housed. When I downsized to move downtown, I did not intend to live in a homeless encampment, but I find that that is where I live now.
Our next speaker is Tia Petrovich, but she, it looks like, is not present yet. Tia Petrovich, if you log on, I'll move back when we get a moment to take your comment. I'll preserve your place in line. Our next presenter is Ellie Bondi.
Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. A brief background on me. I left an abusive relationship 2.5 years ago. Regardless of what people think, there are not many resources available to those fleeing abuse, especially when they have a pet. Most shelters do not allow any pets, even if considered a service pet. Since then, I have been couch surfing or homeless. I was able to fix some health issues and get a job. I was then able to rent a room from a friend. That worked until the pandemic. Now I reside at Nicholasville, North Lake Tiny House Village. It is the first sense of security I've had in years. That is now being threatened with the sweeps and evictions that can happen any day now. We are also being threatened with the removal of our ability to shower, do laundry, and use an actual toilet. The city wants to remove our trailer. Not only do I have to worry about a safe place my pets and I can go, but also contracting COVID-19. We were recently tested here with all negative results. That may change for me. I am a part of the vulnerable community due to age and being female. With our area still being in phase 1, I cannot get any affordable housing to call me back or reply by email. This is a safe.
Thank you. The next commenter is Monisha Singh.
Hello, I am Anisha Singh, Executive Director of the Chinatown ID Business Improvement Area, and I'm asking Council to vote no on Bill 119796. I just submitted a letter signed by over 415 concerned businesses, property owners, and residents of Chinatown ID, Soto, Ballard, Pioneer Square, and downtown to the top of your inbox. In CID, we've experienced multiple shootings, property damage, drug trafficking, and dozens of break-ins since the start of the COVID-19 crisis. As a low-income minority neighborhood with a vulnerable resident population, concerns of public safety have an added burden to us in an already time of crisis. I ask Council to vote no on this bill because it does not address the public safety concerns of our neighborhoods. I urge Council to allow all available tools, including the navigation team, to ensure the safety of neighborhood residents and businesses, as well as those experiencing homelessness. As we think about the post-COVID-19 recovery, we know that public safety and the perception of safety is critical in the economic recovery of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kristen Saywin.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Saywin, and I'm the Vice President of Corporate Affairs at Weyerhaeuser, commenting today in opposition to Council Bill 119796. Weyerhaeuser is one of the larger employers in the Pioneer Square neighborhood, and we have begun to plan what a return to the office might look like for our over 600 plus employees. One of the critical limiting factors for us, though, is the safety of the neighborhood. You've heard from others in Pioneer Square and the International District about the ongoing criminal element that is becoming more of a problem for all of these neighborhoods. We believe that the navigation teams are a critical tool in addressing some of these issues. We believe that Council Bill 119796 is a step too far, and it eliminates a tool that the downtown and the rest of the neighborhoods really rely on to provide the safety element for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carrie Bates.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Bates. Thank you. My name is Carrie Bates. Thank you for allowing me to speak on Ordinance 119796. I have been a resident of Pioneer Square for almost 6 years. When I moved here, the beauty, culture, and history immediately spoke to me. Over the years, I've seen the highs and lows of living in the neighborhood. Right now, with businesses closed, the situation is dire. I no longer feel safe walking the 2 blocks to my office. I have been charged at, things thrown at me, and yelled at. There are needles and human waste along the sidewalks, along with broken glass everywhere. Honestly, if things continue down this path, I can no longer live in this neighborhood I have grown to love. Not coming up with a compassionate solution to the homelessness for all creates a larger problem. If this is allowed to continue, many businesses will decide to not return to the neighborhood and look elsewhere, along with many residents who will choose to live somewhere else. We need to focus on finding a real solution. Please vote no to 119796. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Nitze.
Nitze with Nitze. Hi, I'm Lisa Nitze with Nitze Stagen, and am asking the council members to vote no on CB 119796. We're currently building 80 units of workforce housing on South Washington between 2nd and 3rd in Pioneer Square. And as a firm of a long history in Pioneer Square and are committed to contributing to its safety, its stability, health, and vitality, we're in favor of safe shelters for the homeless and seeking long-term permanent supportive housing. But we have found that tent encampments on sidewalks, particularly that currently existing on the 2nd Avenue extension near our building site, lead to organized crime, guns, drugs, human trafficking, and violence. Our development will bring nearly 160 new middle-income residents to Pioneer Square, and we care a great deal about protecting their safety and the safety of all others living, working, and visiting in the area. Please vote no on 119796.
The next speaker is Andrew Constantino.
Hi, my name is Andrew Constantino, site coordinator for Georgetown Tiny House Village. Georgetown Village provides shelter, safety, and community for over 50 unhoused men, women, and children every day. During this public health crisis, I believe that the Tiny House Village model has again proven its adaptability and resilience. Tiny houses allow for more vulnerable villagers to take precautions such as social distancing and sheltering in place in a humane, dignified way. The villages themselves as a community offer access to hygiene facilities, meals, case management, and friendship at an uncertain time. We receive calls daily from unhoused neighbors wondering how they can get in. Some recently swept. We need to build more tiny house villages so we can bring everyone inside.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Pearson.
My name is Mike Pearson, and I'm calling to address the Council Bill 119796. Last year, I spent hundreds of hours volunteering with a nonprofit dedicated to providing supported housing to people who have struggled with mental illness and homelessness, and I'll do that again this year. My experience teaches me that we need to focus on solutions and on effective and meaningful support for people experiencing homelessness and the challenges that lead to it. Treatment, housing, 24/7 shelter, services. But I strongly believe that this bill will endanger vulnerable Seattleites, not help them. It will reduce public safety, in particular for those most at risk, and passing this bill would undermine public confidence and trust that the council is truly focused on solutions, which is where it needs to be. Thank you very much for your consideration.
The next speaker is Laura Corvey.
Hello, this is Laura Corvey. I'm calling the council to vote no to Bill 1197.
You're sounding a little quiet there, Laura. You can't quite hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Quiet. There you go. Perfect. Okay, we can.
Oh, good. Hi.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm calling to ask council to vote no to Council Bill 119796. I do support a regional with local approach, expanding drug and mental health services, and the use of the navigation team. I urge the council to vote no. This bill does not adequately support public safety. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is James Wong.
Hi. Hi, my name is James Wong. I came to America at age 8 and grew up in Seattle since near Chinatown since 1982. After working hard to achieve the American dream, I'm a property owner and business owner in Chinatown International District. I urge you not to pass CB 119796. That will restrict the navigation team from removing unsanctioned encampments. My 70-year-old mother-in-law, who lives in Chinatown, has been mugged and her apartment broken into multiple times. She doesn't feel safe walking around, as well as with all her neighbors. They don't feel safe with many homeless living illegally close by. My coworkers and I don't feel safe working in the ID as well. So the city is already committed to only carrying out cleanups in encampments that present extreme public health and public safety challenges. It's our time the city council actively listen to the concerns of the CID community. More than 8,000 have signed petitions against the bill. So no to 119796.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jasper Olive.
Hi, this is Jasper Olive. I just wanted to say that I am currently homeless, and I have been living in encampments since August, and it's made a huge difference in my quality of life, my safety. And coming from Iowa, I came here. I've been able to reduce the level of services that I require, and I've been able to get back to work. However, with COVID-19, my work, I'm currently on furlough, and so I've had to come back to an encampment, which was Tent City 3, and I'm currently residing at Nicholsville, Northlake. And I feel that there's a sense of safety with the coronavirus going on right now. with the ability to be in my own space and removed from being in the elements where I'm exposed to where there's.
Thank you. Next speaker is Thatcher Bailey.
Hi, I'm Thatcher Bailey, and speaking today in opposition to Council Bill 119796 on behalf of the board of Seattle Parks Foundation. This legislation, in essence, authorizes outdoor camping in all our city parks and natural areas for the remainder of the year. It means camping would be sanctioned on ball fields, golf courses, off-leash dog areas, beaches, skate parks, hiking trails, and on and on. We were here a couple of years ago when the council debated somewhat similar legislation that was finally tabled because it offered no real solutions to the myriad problems and challenges of the unhoused residents in our city, and because public outcry was so overwhelming. In this moment, when people's need for our park system has never been more in evidence in every neighborhood across the city, this repurposing of parkland feels like a very poorly thought out strategy. Parks were not then and never will be a solution to our homeless crisis or our healthcare crisis. And legislation like this sows division.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan Marinello.
Thank you. I'm Susan Marinello. I own a design business in Pioneer Square, located at Main Street above Occidental Park. I've always felt a very strong kinship to Pioneer Square, and I'm calling in against 119796. I've made Pioneer Square my business home for the last 17 years. We've been committed to the ups and downs of the neighborhood. However, I'm fearful for my safety, employee safety, and the safety of the clients that we really value. Our clients no longer feel safe coming to Pioneer Square. And just in January 2020, a man was stabbed right in front of our building in the middle of the day. So I am calling, urging council to vote no on 119796. Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is Teresa Barker, who is not yet present. Teresa Barker, I'll hold your place for when you do log on. There's plenty more speakers, so there's no hurry. I'll hold your place. The next speaker who's present is Ryan Packer.
Hi there, I'm Ryan Packer. I live in Capitol Hill. The coronavirus has been a bit of an x-ray in terms of how Seattle's policies really treat people. Locked restrooms in parks, 2 months of a shower rental, not serving people living on the street, serving no one and being paid for, wasting money. And ultimately, not providing any place in our public trust for people who don't have houses. That's a failure. And it's just watching the video from the sweep last week. It's mind-boggling that anyone could be opposed to stopping that, and it's just mind-boggling to me. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next is, sorry, I lost my place for a second. Anitra Freeman.
I'm Anitra Freeman with Real Women in Black, supporting 119796. I witnessed the sweep at 12th and Weller last week, along with 20 others who came with food, coffee, and garbage bags. We were not allowed in to deliver even garbage bags, and the police wouldn't deliver them for us. Some of the supporters were social workers who had shelter referrals. They weren't allowed in. I saw no social workers inside. Most of the campers had not received referrals from the NAB team. Some campers have more belongings than they could carry in one load. After they took one load out, they weren't allowed back in to get the rest. The city's protocol says they store belongings. Owners can pick them up later. There was only a dump.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carl Hagland.
Carl Hagland here, the Carl Hagland Foundation. I want to address the recent homeless encampment sweep in Little Saigon last Friday. I was appalled by what I saw. I want to encourage you to take a different approach next time. We need to fight the causes of homelessness, which is in most cases deep addictions. Last year I walked the camp Little Saigon, and what I saw.
You cut out there, Carl. Here, we'll move on to the next person. And Carl, if you want to call back in, I'll hold your spot and we can go back to revisit your comments. Stacy Johnson. Stacy Johnson?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Proceed.
Hi, I'm Stacy, resident and bookkeeper of Georgetown Tiny House Community Village. I was jealous at first upon hearing how people swept from unsanctioned homeless encampments or comped hotel rooms complete with booze and cigarette allowance like they were denizens of Vegas and not some homeless wretches looking for a meal and a safe place to post up. I have no reason to be jealous, though. When the plague hysteria is over with, I will still have my tiny house. However, it will be checkout time for the high rollers when the fourth horseman departs and the world opens up for business again. It's unconscionable that these resources weren't used more thoughtfully. Instead of putting persons dislocated by the sweeps up in hotels for a few months, they could have been put up indefinitely if the money was spent on more tiny house villages in the first place and prior to this. Now they've just hemorrhaged a whole ton of money and got nothing to show for it other than the same people back on the street, no better off than they were before the scourge of the Black Death 2.0, only now they'll be hung over and bumming smokes. You gotta know, you don't gotta be Archimedes to see how screwed that is.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bronson Carrasco.
My name is Bronson Carrasco, a resident of 1033. I am for passing the bill 119796. It is inhumane to forcibly move people attempting to shelter themselves in tents in Seattle, Washington. The sweeps are not a solution to rid homelessness. The alternative solution is to give people homes as soon as they need them, unconditionally. Our lives have value. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm now going to go back to Carl Hagland. Carl Hagland, you have 1 minute.
Council member, I'm not seeing Carl Hagland in the list right now.
Oh, all right. Well, looks like he's not present then. Okay. Moving on to Aiden Nardoni.
My name is Aiden. Hello, my name is Aiden Nardoni, and I'm speaking in opposition to 119796. I noticed you wrote and you're encouraging campers to maintain a 12 by 12 footprint for COVID social distancing. How would the formula change as the number of people in the clan would increase? Should a couple have a 24 by 24 footprint? What about a family of four? How big would their space be? It's actually a moot point when I'm asking this question because social distancing requirements are not enforceable. They didn't maintain 6 feet in any tent encampment now. Why would things change? The NAV team needs to be allowed to be continued to clean up dangerous, unsanitary encampments, to provide health and safety for all of us citizens. Vote no.
Next up is Jane Zhang, who is not present. Jane Zhang, if you're out there, I'll preserve your place. Next up, after Jane, is Ben Chen. Again, Ben Chen is currently not present. So again, we'll hold that place, Ben, if you do come back. Next up is Ronaldo Shorter. Looks like Ronaldo Shorter was also just updated as not present. Next up is Josh Castle.
Hi, I'm Josh Castle with Lehigh. We support Council Bill 119796 and urge you to vote yes. We work with the navigation team who provide referrals to our villages, but especially without high quality shelter and housing to refer people to and actual assistance to help them transition, these sweeps worsen homelessness, trauma, and desperation, and frankly, exposure to COVID-19. King County recently moved 400 people from non-congregate shelters to hotels. But what is the long-term plan? It would, of course, be inhumane and dangerous to send people back out on the streets or back to crowded shelters. As we have done with 3 recent sites set up in 4 weeks, Lehigh can stand up tiny house villages quickly and cost effectively. And these include good quality hygiene facilities and allow for effective social distancing. Please support $6 million for 5 villages from the COVID emergency funding to address this crisis and its severe impact on both our unhoused and housed neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mike Stewart.
Director of the Ballard Alliance. The Ballard Alliance represents hundreds of businesses and thousands of residents within the Ballard core. I'm here to express opposition to any new restrictions on the city's ability to engage or remove encampments, particularly those that pose a serious public safety and public health risk. The navigation team's efforts were critical to addressing the needs of Ballard Commons Park earlier this month. Located in the dense residential core of the Ballard Hubbardman Village, the Commons Park and the adjacent Ballard Public Library Plaza overflowed with encampments. This presented significant public safety issues, and it was also the source of a hepatitis A outbreak. Over many weeks, the NAV team made nearly 30 site visits and successfully achieved enhanced shelter for more than 20 individuals. Not only did this provide a better option and access to needed resources for those individuals, it provided needed relief for the hundreds of residents who live adjacent to the park. It's arguable that under current conditions, the navigation team's effort took too long. Please don't add any new restrictions that will limit, lengthen, or prevent the existing process from moving forward. Thank you.
Next up, Tracy Williams.
On behalf of... Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Tracy Williams on behalf of True Hope Village. I've been living at True Hope Village for 4 months, and I'm asking for funding for more tiny houses and funding to help a person like myself get into permanent housing. With this COVID going on, there's no way that I can get into permanent housing because everything's on lockdown, and we need affordable housing for other people in the villages or homeless people to be able to find permanent housing and not be out in the streets and have a permanent roof over their head. True Hope Village has been a very helpful place for me to get back on my feet. I'm a recovering addict, and they have helped me a lot with finding a job and helping me find housing, but I'm still on the waiting list because of the COVID virus, and I can't get any help for anything. So I'm asking for you guys to give more funding for tiny homes and fundings for affordable housing for low-income people like myself. Thank you.
Thank you. And then next up, and again, I'm sorry, I should have said at the top of this that I'll mispronounce a lot of people's names, and I'm very sorry about that. But the next person is Q Fang Pang, but it looks like they're not present. So if they're out there, I'll hold their spot, but we'll go on to the next speaker for now, and that is Hattie Rhodes.
I am Hattie Rhodes. Oh. Hello, I am Hattie Rhodes, formerly of the Georgetown Tiny House Village. I have seen that not only do tiny house villages provide a safe and dignified place for those experiencing homelessness, but it has been an invaluable program during the COVID-19 pandemic. Villagers still have access to restrooms and showers and laundry. Case management is still available. Seattle Public Library provides villages Wi-Fi access so villagers can stay connected to friends and family, as well as be informed about this public health crisis. Operation Sack Lunch now provides a meal every day. Surrounding neighbors have reached out, donated, and made us feel part of the community. In the villages, people are able to self-isolate without feeling isolated. When we look back on this time, what will we have to show for all of our efforts? Tiny house villages are adaptable, community-driven models, and it will help us weather many more storms together. Let's do more. Thank you.
Okay, next up, Robert Davis.
Hi, this is Robert Davis.
This bill will allow camping across Seattle and block police from removing encampments for nearly any reason. This proposal is wrong in that allowing camping everywhere does not solve homelessness. It does not move one person into a safe home or provide services that person might need. Some living in the hundreds of encampments are engaged in criminal behavior. Some. Many campers also struggle with substance abuse, the single largest driver of their damaging behavior, making these encampments a major concern in our neighborhoods. The City Council should be focusing on solutions. Council members should expand drug and mental health treatment services, which are meaningful solutions to help people find their way out of homelessness. I ask the Council to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Teresa Holman, who is not currently present. Teresa, hold your place. If you are present, we'll come back to you. Next up is Gordon Connor. Gordon Connor? Okay, well, I guess we'll come back to Gordon Connor. Next up is Jimmy Leung, who is not present. Jimmy, if you do come back, I'll hold your place. Next up is Miju Lin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mary Lan. I'm the president of Zhonghua Benevolence Association, representing the Chinatown International District, 22 organizations. We are opposing BC, the bill 119796. This ordinance is poor written, no strategy, no permanent solution at all. After putting homeless in hotel, then what? They are back to the street. It looks like you are taking care of the homeless, but it is not because no total solution. I wrote a letter to the mayor's office and all council members to address our issues. Also, my personal experience last week, I was in King Street and I was chasing out by 3 people out of the tent. Health and safety issue is our community concern. If our 8,000 petition plus our letter was ignored by our council members, then our district representative shouldn't be representing us. I want to emphasize it, have a total solution, make sure that.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Alice Lockhart.
Hi, I'm Alice Lockhart. I organize with 350 Seattle, and as such, I'm sure that council knows that we favor science-based policy for matters including climate, but also public health. We, of course, favor the city abiding by CDC guidelines with respect to allowing homeless to stay in a relatively safe position inside a tent, as opposed to, as I've seen, the navigation teams invariably brutally destroy and remove the property of people, rendering them ever more vulnerable, and in the case of COVID, vulnerable to this disease and to spreading it to the surrounding community. So I applaud this legislation, and I absolutely reject the idea that because it's not a permanent solution, that it's a bad solution. It is a good piece of a solution, and I look forward to doing more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nora Chan, and this is an interpreter presenter, so 3 minutes. And is everything set up to take Nora's public comment?
Yes, we got the translator.
Yes,
hello.
I'm here. The translator is here.
Great.
I don't need a translator. I don't know who ordered a translator for me. It wasn't me.
Oh, sorry, Nora. On my list, translator was designated, so I apologize for that. You may proceed with your.
Okay. Okay, my name is Nora Chan, and I'm opposing the bill CB 119796. And, with my late husband, Dr. Austin Chan, we are 35 years of business, property, and business owner. And we also residents in Chinatown. Chinatown is a vibrant district in Seattle. We have over 1,000 vulnerable seniors live here. Another 1,000 are new immigrants with small children. They are old or young, but have language barrier and are low in income family. They are victims of theft, assault, and now hate crimes. We are several schools in this area. They need good guidance instead facing graffiti, human waste, and needles everywhere and every day. So please, see what you can do. We need help in Chinatown. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Am I seeing on the list correctly that Carl Haglund is back? Committee staff?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so Carl Haglund.
On last week. Hi, Carl Hagelin of the Carl Hagelin Foundation. I want to address the recent homeless encampment sweep in Little Saigon last Friday. I was appalled by what I saw, and I want to encourage you to take a different approach next time. We need to fight the causes of homelessness, which in most cases is deep addictions. Last year, I walked the camp of Little Saigon, and what I saw broke my heart. There was a young man desperately searching for a vein in his arm to shoot up, while his friend was passed out with a needle hanging from his arm. What I saw was poverty, broken hearts, and caused by deep addictions. When the city comes in with their Orwellian navigation teams and boots out an entire community, they're trying to hide the problem from the white middle-class neighborhoods and force the hopeless drug addicts to live in industrial minority neighborhoods. Simply hiding these addictions doesn't make it go away, and rehabilitation does work. We need to address the addictions first and need to give these people hope through addiction treatment and a battery of social services, or sweeping camps as an exercise in fertility. I urge the city council to begin to speak the word addiction, 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 then we'll know what to do. And stop the conversation. We just need to get them home.
Thank you. So it looks like a couple more folks who were absent are now here. I do just want to say, because we're at the end of our 60 minutes, council members, I want to, I'm going to reduce the time to 45 seconds per presenter, because I want to get to everybody, but we have business we need to attend to, and we have presenters who are going to be present. So I'm going to reduce it to 45 seconds per presenter. I'm going to keep it at 3 minutes for folks that need translation assistance. We don't have that many of those folks presenting today, but I am lowering it to 45 seconds for our remaining speakers, and would ask the committee's indulgence for 30 more minutes of public comment. Okay, hearing no objection, we'll have 30 more minutes of public comment under those terms. So we now have Ben Chen present, and this is, I believe, an interpreter matter, or it's marked as an interpreter matter. Is that the case, Ben?
Yes, that is true, but I'm not seeing the translator on the call right now. Give me a second.
Interpreter's calling back in.
Okay, thank you.
Should we go to another presenter while we wait for?
Sure.
Okay. So Gordon Connor is now with us. Gordon, take it away. You have 45 seconds.
All right. My name is Gordon Connor. I'm currently homeless, residing at TC3. I'm calling in favor of 119796. We need to stop these sweeps, not only during this pandemic, but until safe and effective housing is available for all that need it. The city needs to stop disrupting people's lives by uprooting them and throwing away their few possessions remaining to them. Thank you.
Thank you. So is Ben Chen now ready to give his public comment?
Yes, and the translator is on now.
Yeah, the translator is here. Yes,
okay, thank you.
I'm here.
You may proceed.
Gone? Gone? Mr. Chan? I'm so sorry. For some reason, I cannot hear Mr. Chan.
He is currently muted.
Mr. Chen, can you unmute, please?
Yeah. Hello， 聽唔聽到？
陳生，請你而家講啦。
好，係啦。咁啊，我首先我就
陳生
反對呢個法案。啊，我首先呢反對呢個法案，覺得呢個政府咧就好無能同埋好冇責任啦。OK， 因為佢哋嗰啲事情咧，全部搞唔掂，就將嗰啲鑊咧全部咧就責任推晒俾所有西雅圖幾十萬人嚟承擔。OK， 係嘛？如果假如將呢個法案通過嘅話咧，所有西雅圖唔係單影係馬上反現 ，OK？ 因為你做生意冇辦法做生意，咁嗰啲居民咧亦都冇辦法安家，係嘛？唔得安家，唔得樂業。咁西雅圖咧，要假如通過呢個法案咧，直接可以還現㗎啦，唔係單影係，一定馬上死，係嘛？所以我希望唔好通過呢個法案，亦都希望嗰啲政客有多少責任 ，OK？ 又係咁多。
Yeah. My name is Ban Chan. I call in to oppose to this proposal, to this bill 119796. I believe that the government is very irresponsible. It's not taking up the responsibility at all and dumping the responsibility of the homeless population to all the population of the Seattle people. If this bill is passed, I have no doubt, all business in the Seattle area will die. Absolutely no doubt about it. So I oppose to this bill. Please do not pass this bill.
All right, thank you so much for your comment. We do now have Kifeng Pang present, which I believe is also a translator matter. Is that the case?
係 Kifeng Pang 請彭女士，彭先生喺咪度？
我係 My name 彭秋風，反對
My name
流浪漢進駐唐人街，要保護唐人街嘅居民生命財產安全，保護唐人街經濟繁榮。如果流浪漢進駐唐人街呢，我哋唐人街嘅生意一落千丈，人民呢安全受到威脅，堅決反對流浪漢進駐唐人街，反對議案通過。我
My name is Chu.
89歲，我係唐人街長者個代表發言。
My name is Chi Fong Pang. I represent all the seniors in China, CID, in the China International District area. To speak for them, I strongly oppose to this bill 119796 because I want to protect, because we need to protect the safety and the residents in Chinatown International District, protect the safety, protect the property, and protect them. If homeless people are allowed to go inside CID, the business in CID will decline dramatically. We need to provide the viable business in Chinatown. So I strongly oppose to this bill, and I represent all the senior in CID area.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, too, it wasn't an issue in that comment, but okay, yes, staff anticipated my request, which was going to be to set timer for 3 minutes, not 3 minutes and 45 seconds for interpreter matters. Next is Jimmy Lung, who is also a translator, commentator. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Hi.
係你講啊。講。
我係 Jimmy Leung， 我喺唐人街已經28年經商，咁我媽媽88歲已經住喺唐人街20幾年，佢聽到呢個消息，都係一直勸我唐人街好危險啊，唔能夠俾呢個法案通過啊，阻交通。好多唐人街嘅人同我講，因為我日日都喺唐人街，我見到好多人喺度隨地大小便、賣毒、吸毒，喺度搶嘢，所以通街瞓。如果咁樣呢個議案通過落去， 我哋唐人街嘅生意，所有生意居民安全，生意亦都受到影響。咁我希望市議會嘅議員喺負責任嘅情況下，好公平去處理呢件事。多謝。我極端反對通過呢個7972呢個法案。多謝。
Hi, my name is Jimmy Leung. I strongly oppose to Bill 119796. I have been living in Chinatown for 28 years. My mother is 88 years old. She has lived in Chinatown for 20-some years. She is very concerned about my safety in Chinatown. And when she heard about the bill, her concern has increased about my safety. I strongly oppose this bill to pass because I am in Chinatown State doing my business daily. I have seen like the homeless people doing the backroom business in Chinatown. They rob people. They're doing drug business in Chinatown. If we allow this bill to pass, it will severely affect the safety of the residents in Chinatown, and also the business will be strongly negatively affected in Chinatown. So I hope all council members, you will deal with this matter fairly and with justice. And I will strongly oppose passing bill number 119796.
Thank you. Next up is Phil Lewis.
For your cellular, I'm unmuted. Okay, anyways, I appreciate the assistance for 119796. It's given me a place to go. On the other hand, when it comes to the coronavirus, I feel it can be eradicated by the Microsoft Corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jeff Miller.
Hey, this is Jeff Miller. I'm the Vice President for the Seattle Firefighters Union, Local 27. I'm speaking against 119796. So as firefighters, we respond to and see firsthand tragic, unsanitary, unhealthy, often horrific conditions that many of our homeless individuals in our city exist in our unauthorized encampments. We oppose this legislation because it includes restrictions on the city's ability to address encampments, despite the impacts encampments have on residents, businesses, workers, customers, and the general welfare of the people. It would stop the navigation team from providing services despite the presence of serious public health and public safety concerns, and it jeopardizes the safety of our firefighters because even though it effectively has exceptions for fire safety hazards infrastructure, it doesn't consider other types of fire safety hazards.
Thank you. Next up is Liang Chen.
Yes. Okay. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Liang Chen. I'm addressing my position to oppose the Bill 119796. I'm a Chinese school teacher in Greater Seattle area. Always take my school kids to the CID to absorb the diversified and the rich culture experience in this area, in the CID. I'm also a frequent patron of CID. I've seen the safety and the environmental situation in CID deteriorating rapidly and alarmingly because the encampment in the CID. So, this cause big disadvantage to CID shop owners.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Ming Zhao.
It's Ming Shao, and yes, my name is Ming Shao. I've worked in Chinatown International District for over 20 years. I just spoke to my friend this morning. I asked her, would you come to Chinatown for dinner after COVID-19? And she responded to me, it's so dangerous to come to Chinatown. So there's the impression for many people who live in Seattle. We are tired of the crime the garbage in the streets in Chinatown International District. We need to ensure the safety for our business, seniors, and visitors. And we have 8,000 people have signed the petition to oppose the CB 119796. Please oppose the bill.
Thank you so much. I do just want to flag, I've skipped over a few not presents, and I do just want to flag that your place in line is secure if you come back and you do still want to comment. And those folks are Kyle Malone, Grace Lynn, Gray Newland, Kip Tu, Yoshiko Higo, Tylin Chi, and Ty Reed. The next speaker is Dai Kim.
Hello. A lot of people who are opposed to the bill are stating that they want a real solution. I want to emphasize as someone who has worked in youth and adult shelters, for the tenants union, and a housing advocate for many years, that the homeless encampment sweeps is not a solution. Do not forget that the ACLU has an active lawsuit against the city around the homeless sweeps, calling them cruel, unnecessary, and ineffective, along with the strong recommendation from the CDC to stop all encampment sweeps until we are fully out of the pandemic. Spending millions of dollars every budget cycle to destroy tents and belongings is not a solution. I am for a community-centered solution, but the sweeps aren't it. I believe stopping the sweeps is a necessary first step in working towards a real solution, like building affordable housing for all. Passing this bill during a global pandemic is a no-brainer. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angela Leja.
Hi, my name is Angela Leja. I believe in healthy solutions for all citizens. I do not believe that CB 119796 does this. We need to support solutions that work, such as drug and mental health treatment, tiny houses, and the navigation team. If the homelessness funds are managed better, we can decrease the waste of resources and support healthy solutions. Thank you for no.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shanti Mansingh, who it does not look like is present. So Shanti, I'll hold your spot. If you log in, we'll go back to you. Next up is Teresa Metler. Is Teresa Metler there?
Hello. My name is Teresa Metler, and I currently reside at the Georgetown Tiny House Village. I've been here for about a year, and I'm about 60 years old. And I don't know, I just want to emphasize privacy. If anybody could imagine how bad the crisis has been for the COVID-19 thing, imagine being there homeless, out there homeless, and trying to deal with that and not have anywhere to go, just out there where everybody can see you do everything. Anyway, the universe treasures privacy and not everybody gets to have it. And if you could just for a brief moment try to hypothetically imagine having your life to include the times when it's absolutely needed in your life as going to the.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jerry Helmer, who's not present. I'll hold your place. If you log in, we'll go back to you. And then after Jerry is Megan Tush. And Megan, we'll go back to you when you get here. It looks like you're currently not present. So the next person who's present is Taya Shannon. Taya Shannon? Okay, I don't hear. We'll move on to Maria Ah. Maria Ah?
Hello. Hello, my name is Maria, and I currently reside at the Tiny House Nicholsville Village. And I'm calling because we are supposed to be leaving by June 1st. And I'm just strongly urging that you guys can open your hearts and let us stay at least to the end of the year. This place has been very valuable to me. We have a good community, rapport with the community. Our donations come here. I've tried to go to churches to find somewhere else to go, but everything is on lockdown. We will have nowhere to go. And this would be the best solution for us. If you guys could just please open your hearts and understand the time with the pandemic to let us stay past June 1st, at least to the end of the year. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And just to say, Kaya Shannon, if you come back, I'll hold your place and we can get your comment. So just know that. Hope to hear from you soon. The next speaker is Ann Duffy, who is currently not present. Same thing, I'll hold your spot. And Guy Oran, who is not present. And
Mr.
Brad,
Chair.
Who isn't present. Christina Shimizu is our next speaker. Christina?
My name is Christina Shimizu. Hi, my name is Christina Shimizu. I am Japanese American and currently work in the Chinatown International District. And I strongly oppose the sweeps under all circumstances, but especially now in the midst of the pandemic and against CDC guidelines. I witnessed the sweeps in Chinatown last week as I watched the city cruelly destroy the only shelters and possessions of vulnerable unhoused neighbors. The sweeps are inhumane, and I urge the passage of Council Bill 119796. The Chinatown International District was born of racism, redlining, chronic disinvestment, and neglect by the city. Like redlining, the sweeps are a racist and oppressive city policy that we will all look back on with shame. Our neighborhood has combated stigma, racism, and years of disinvestment by the city, and we distrust that there can be justice for the unhoused as well as safety and economic recovery for our community. This is not a choice. I stand in solidarity with our unhoused neighbors and demand that we stop the sweeps and invest in long-term solutions for housing and services.
Thank you. The next speaker is Frank Fido, who it looks like isn't present, and then Carl Nelson, who is. So Carl, take it away.
Hi there, my name is Carl Nelson and I'm a small business owner in District 4. I wanted to speak today in support of 119796. In support of it, to restrict sweeps during the pandemic. We know the sweeps were cruel, expensive, and ineffective way before the pandemic started, and now they have an added dimension of danger due to the coronavirus. Seattle should comply with the CDC recommendations at a time when the city has inadequate shelter space and when more and more people are losing their jobs, income, and are faced with economic insecurity. The money and resources we use on the sweeps would be better spent to deploy more sanitation stations, to expand tiny home village, and provide harms reduction during this pandemic. Please vote in favor of the bill. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Next up is Don Marr.
Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Don Marr. I wanted to thank everybody for who participated today. Obviously, a lot of people care about what's going on. I'm a property owner in the International District, Chinatown International District. I oppose 119796. I support the removing of homeless encampments that are unsafe and unsanitary. We have property directly right next to the Navigation Center at 12th and Weller. At some point, I counted over 60 tents there. Due to the illegal activity, due to the illegal drug activity at the Nav Center, we are particularly, it's a really violent situation there. We've had murders, we've had rapes, we've had burglaries, we've had fires. It's just a mess. And there's no doubt in my mind if that...
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Duffy.
Ann Duffy. Hi, my name's Ann Duffy. I live on Capitol Hill, and I'm speaking about CB 119796. I'm against this proposal. It's not a solution. It only kicks the can down the road. Half of the chronically homeless are mentally ill and or drug addicted, and these issues need to be addressed first and foremost. If you're really worried about health, as I am, allowing people to defecate in public and shoot up on the sidewalks will not improve anything for anyone. Imagine that this pandemic goes on for a few years. This is not a solution. Please don't pass this. Thank you.
And then next up we have Iwa Patrick and Cami Kolnitis, neither of whom are present. So we'll move forward to Tam Nguyen. Tam Nguyen?
Hello, this is Tam Nguyen. My name is Tam Nguyen. Our siblings are operating a small business in Little Saigon District. Before the City Council vote, please address the public safety to the people who live, who work, and all shopper in the area. the Little Saigon district is a vulnerable community with a language and economic barrier. We are trying to live and make a living in the area. The community who face with drugs, counterfeit dealing, drug injection, verbal threat, break-in businesses every day. I wonder the city council who's supporting this bill meant to cause a vulnerable community against another vulnerable community, or even this bill humane when this bill allows homeless sleep and live.
And then the next folks are Jeffrey Gold and Gary Gray, neither of whom are currently present. Leslie George is the next speaker.
Hi, I'm Leslie George, and I live downtown. I and many of my downtown neighbors don't feel it's safe or healthy to walk in our own neighborhoods. We need to find a real, permanent, and humane solution to our homeless problem. Perhaps, as one person has already mentioned, permanently leasing underutilized hotels and motels. We cannot just continue to put Band-Aids on this very serious situation for those of us who live and work downtown, as well as those who are homeless. I oppose CB 119796. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Maria Ramon. Maria? All right, well, we can come back to Maria if she's present. Jessica Primavera is next, who also is not present. And Chris Kakulaton, who is also not present. So Scott Pattison is the next speaker.
Hello, I'm in favor of Council Bill 119796. The sweeps are inhumane in any circumstance during a deadly pandemic. It is depraved. For those against this bill, I ask, where are our unhoused neighbors supposed to go? There are no other options. These are human beings that deserve dignity. The city should feel shame for the callousness of their response to a public health emergency. The sweeps are odds to CDC guidelines. Housing is a human right. Stop the sweeps. House the homeless. Thank you. Please vote yes.
And then next is Anthony D'Amico, who is also not present, and Sophia Ho, not present. Pollyanna Wang is the next speaker, and I believe this is a translator sign up.
Hi, 你好. Oh, you know what? I don't need translator.
Okay. Proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Pollyanna Wang. I'm a teacher teaching at Seattle Public Schools and a visitor of Chinatown International District Community. Chinatown International District Community is a vibrant pillar of our city, and the community deserves basic safety services from our city leadership. But I feel insecure to allow proceed to allow. If city allows uncontrolled homeless to take over and destroy places me and my family love to visit. So I'm here to urge you to vote no for CB 119796 and request the enforcement of illegal encampments of CID neighborhood to protect residents, business owners, visitors, and our elderly population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Naomi C., who it looks like is not present. And Soo-Young Yun, also not present. Amy Augustin, not present. Ruth Danner, not present. Blake Peterson, not present. Gunnar Colleen, not present. So Vic Fong is our next speaker.
Can y'all hear me?
Vic Fong?
Oh, great. Oh, hi. My name is Vic Fong. I grew up in this neighborhood. My family came here as refugees in the 80s. I now live in Chinatown International District, and I work in a central area at an agency called API Chaya, serving API communities, survivors of sexual assault, domestic violence, and human trafficking. And I am calling to support CB 119796. As we know, the largest population of homeless persons in Washington state is victims of domestic violence. According to HUD in 2012, domestic violence and homelessness are likely to occur together, and that mothers with children experiencing homelessness also experience domestic violence the more that they are displaced. I know that it seems like a solution to sweep, but it really isn't a long-term solution, and we actually need sanitation and housing and hand washing stations. We need stability, not criminalization, and that is the answer, not sweeps. We know that.
Thank you. And then next is Allie Arnold, who's not present, and Zachary Ellen Bogan, who's not present. So Jasmine Smith is our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Smith, and I'm addressing Council Bill 119796, and I'm expressing my support as a District 7 community member, housing advocate, and local educator. We're in a housing crisis, pandemic crisis, and economic crisis, and I'm very proud of the renter protections that have come from the city. I've been aghast at the heartless and cruel way city resources have gone towards camp evictions. They would be much better allocated towards tiny homes, hotel rooms, permanent supportive housing, and hygiene stations, basically anything else. Watching as cops without masks destroyed the homes of our neighbors was disturbing and disgusting. Please follow CDC recommendations and just the core values that we have as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm getting notified that D'Amico is present. Anthony D'Amico?
Hi, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, proceed.
Hi, my name is Anthony D'Amico. I'm a grad student and teacher here in Seattle. I'm calling to support Council Bill 119796. Because of our regressive tax code, Seattle and Washington State are going to feel the effects of this coming economic crisis badly from both a humanitarian and a financial perspective. Some of us are unable to empathize, apparently, and cannot see how these sweeps are abhorrent. I would like to know where our compassion and humanity is, and ask why during this time our city perpetuates displacement inequality and exacerbates the current public health concerns regarding COVID-19. From a financial standpoint, this also does not make sense either, as it costs a ton of money. Why does austerity always seem to miss militarized policing, especially when it creates a bigger humanitarian crisis?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ruth Danner.
District 7. Hi, my name is Ruth Danner. I'm a resident of District 7. As imposing as today's problems are with encampments and encampment sweeps, the impending economic crisis that faces us will usher in a new era of homelessness that makes our current problem look like a pre-corona walk in the park. We must prepare in earnest now to put a scalable plan in place while numbers are still relatively low. CB 119796 attempts to legitimize 4-foot wide sidewalks as magically sufficient to accommodate safe 6-foot distancing when nothing less than 10 feet will do for passageways through and around encampments. We must take action now to provide the other accommodations called for.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Lloyd.
Hi, I'm David Lloyd. I live just north of Pioneer Square. I'm calling to oppose CB 119796. There's an encampment outside my building that is growing by the day, and I can only imagine how large it will become if left alone until 2021. My wife doesn't feel safe leaving the building alone, and the landlord has closed one of our exits due to the inability or their unwillingness to clean up the human excrement. I predict the ferry walkway to Coleman Dock will soon become virtually impassable. How are people supposed to maintain 6-foot distancing when only 4 feet of sidewalk is the standard given in the bill? There's nothing safe about these encampments, neither for the campers nor for the passersby. Please allow the navigation team to continue to do their job.
Okay, thank you. And that is our last commenter. There are no more present people who have signed up to comment, so I will now end public comment and we will move on to the next agenda item. So with that, I'm going to begin the first portion of this meeting, which is the discussion of Council Bill 119796. And I just want to read a couple of remarks at the beginning of this, and then I want to hand it over first to Councilmember Morales, who is the sponsor, to speak to her bill. But I do just want to give a brief overview of today's conversation. So we have a number of stakeholders who are here who are going to be discussing Council Bill 119796, relating to the circumstances under which the navigation team can engage in the removal of unsanctioned encampments during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're going to hear from folks on two panels. The first panel is going to be composed of Jessica Kwon from Evergreen Treatment Services and REACH, Executive Director Alison Eisinger from the Seattle-King County Coalition on Homelessness, Tara Moss from the Public Defender Association, Elizabeth Aggie from International Community Health Services, and Esther Lucero from the Seattle Indian Health Board, and Executive Director Lisa Howard from the Alliance for Pioneer Square. Our second panel is going to be composed of Deputy Mayors Michael Fong and Casey Sixkiller, Chief of Police Carmen Best, and Seattle Fire Chief Harold Scoggins, as well as Director of Seattle-King County Public Health Patty Hayes. I want to preface today's conversation by acknowledging here at the beginning of our deliberations as a council that the members of these panels and members of this council are certainly going to have some divergent views on the issues that we're discussing about this legislation and issues surrounding this legislation, and the navigation team more broadly. Our discussion today will touch on topics that are sensitive and have very real implications for very real people. I want all of our presenters today to honestly convey their position on this proposed legislation. I want them to bring their expertise, their life experience, and their background and how they form these positions. And I ask that every member of this council and all of our guests here today engage in this conversation respectfully. And I ask that all of our panelists today on every end of this discussion acknowledge that we have a deep and demonstrated commitment to public service, and that before engaging in this difficult conversation, we stipulate at the top that those shared common commitments can help us move forward to make some progress on the issues that we all see every day in unsanctioned encampments and the impacts that COVID has had on the least vulnerable people, or the most vulnerable people in our community who are experiencing homelessness, and who the city of Seattle is one of the most generous providers for in the region, and that we can always do more to expand on that work. But we're beginning from a point where all of us want to make some common progress. So with that, in just kind of laying those initial ground rules, I do want to give Councilmember Morales an opportunity to speak to her legislation in advance of the first panel. And then I'm going to introduce the first panel, and we will take that discussion away. So with that, Councilmember Morales, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I appreciate it. I want to start today by reminding everyone here and everyone who called in and everyone who's listening that we're talking about human lives when we talk about the homelessness crisis. We're not talking about data points or widgets. These are people, these are people's children, and chances are somebody who has experienced or will experience homelessness. So I just want us to keep that in mind as we move forward. We're here today to answer a critical question about city policy. What is the appropriate public health response to homelessness, given the risk of community spread of the coronavirus? CDC guidance on homelessness from a memo dated May 10th states that housing options that have individual rooms, such as hotels or motels, and separate bathrooms should be considered for overflow or quarantine or protected housing sites. If individual housing options are not available, allow people who are living unsheltered or in encampments to remain where they are. Clearing encampments can cause people to disperse throughout the community and break connections with service providers. This increases the potential for infectious disease spread. That's from a memo dated May 10th. It's clear that we are not nearly out of the woods when it comes to the coronavirus. We aren't meeting our targets for decreasing the number of cases or for reducing community spread in King County, and that's as of today's update from the Public Health Department. Our city charter provides that we are here to protect the health and safety of every person in the city. We all swore, council members here, to uphold that commitment, not for some people or just the people who agree with us, or for the people who have the time and resources to call into city council and make their voices heard. Our obligation is to protect the health of everyone in Seattle, including, and I would say especially, for those who are living in desperate situations. I want to acknowledge that community members across the city are frustrated by our homelessness crisis and have been for quite some time. My office had a half dozen community meetings in the Chinatown International District last week, and I know that there is deep frustration. There is also, as many have said today, an eagerness to see real solutions for our homeless neighbors. I understand that there are some encampment sites where there is visible drug use and litter and violence, and I understand that there will be times when people need to be moved. But I reject the premise that the presence of some criminal activity means that the entire homeless population is criminal. And I want to remind the broader Seattle community that encampment removals don't necessarily mean that people are being housed or sheltered. Very often, it simply means that people are being pushed from one place to another. We're all frustrated by the response to homelessness, especially during this pandemic. We are failing if we think that removing people, vulnerable people, over and over again is going to solve this issue. As a local government, we have a responsibility to solve the housing and the public health problem, not move it from one neighborhood to another. When a deadly infectious disease is spreading in our town, moving people from Ballard just means that they move to Magnolia or to the Chinatown International District, and that puts another neighborhood at risk for exposure to coronavirus without actually solving the problem that fellow human beings are living on this street without the support that they need. It's time for us to stop treating homelessness like a crime problem and start treating it like the public health crisis that it is. That means we need more sanitation and hygiene services, more case management for those with high behavioral needs. And in the short term, it means we need individual housing like hotels or motels or dorm rooms or sanctioned encampments that include social services. In the long run, it does mean that we need more housing. That's how we solve the homelessness problem. People don't choose to live on the streets, and all data shows that when given the option of moving into a housing unit, people will choose that. When I observed the King Street encampment removal last week, I spoke with Jacob, who told me that he'd been moved many times, that the Reach folks were very often there to take his name and take his information, but housing just never materialized. I asked Jacob and his girlfriend if they would accept a hotel room if that was something that was available. In a heartbeat, he said. So this is our question today. What is the appropriate public health response? The strategy cannot be merely to move people from one neighborhood to another. Our homeless population deserves better, and so do the neighbors whose community is impacted by the constant shuffling. The bill we're discussing today seeks to codify HSD's stated policy not to remove encampments during the coronavirus in order to protect public health. And that is a directive issued by the mayor on March 17th. We think it's important enough to put pen to paper since the request to make administrative changes went unanswered. For the sake of tamping down some misinformation and candidly some fear mongering that's been going on, I think it's important that we start with what this bill not do. This bill first does not limit a private property owner's ability to press charges for trespass. This bill does not allow camping in any place, public place in the city. That decision was made by the Ninth Circuit Court when it ruled in the Boise case, and I'm quoting for the decision, as long as there's no option of sleeping indoors, the government cannot criminalize indigent homeless people for sleeping outdoors on public property on the false premise that they had a choice in the matter. The court said it was cruel and unusual punishment to enforce rules that stop homeless people from camping in public places when they have no place else to go. So despite some tweets from HSD indicating that camping in public places is illegal in Seattle, the truth is that the Ninth Circuit has ruled that criminalizing homelessness is cruel and unusual punishment. And it doesn't, finally, this bill does not limit the police department's ability to investigate crime, nor does it limit the fire department's ability to respond to fire. What this bill does do is make the city true to its word by formalizing the mayor's directive through a budget proviso. It strengthens policies by putting them through a public health lens, pushing the city to follow CDC guidelines on providing adequate individual shelter. Over 100 healthcare workers and human service providers, many of whom work with Hep A patients, just sent a letter to council calling for this morning. The bill also ensures that city dollars aren't spent on a tool that simply does not work, then pushing people from one neighborhood to another. And it shifts the focus of the navigation team's work from removals toward actual navigation, providing outreach, connecting people to services, and making referral to adequate shelter, which is something that everybody today has said they want. I want to thank Chief Best and Chief Scoggins and their departments. We value the work of first responders in keeping us safe during this crisis. Frankly, I think it's a little cynical to play on people's fears during this crisis. And I want to say that we have had many discussions with our very thorough law department, and we're confident that this bill will not interfere with your ability to do your work. I want to thank the Council Central staff, particularly Jeff Sims, who worked really hard on this. Congratulations on your new baby, Jeff. And I want to thank the Central staff for providing policy guidance and analysis to this very busy City Council. We have great respect for these City Council workers, for these city workers, and appreciate all they do to support our offices. I also want to thank my own staff who's worked really hard on this. And I want to thank Councilmember Mosqueda for her significant contributions to this work. She has a few amendments that we'll consider today, and I think that they strengthen this bill. The last thing I want to say is that I do believe that we can work together to solve homelessness, but we can't ignore the issues that are facing us right now. Housing is a human right. We can and should prioritize housing, and we should make sure that folks, especially during this emergency, have what they need to be safe. I look at all the people who've been part of the discussion today, and honestly, it gives me hope that representatives from the executive department and the legislative branch, the advocates, our neighbors, our healthcare providers and service providers can work together to actually solve this crisis. We need to move past what has not worked, embrace what has, and finally do right by our unhoused neighbors. And I look forward to our discussion today.
Thank you, Councilmember Morales. So I actually had misspoken earlier. Our first presentation is our panel with the deputy mayors, the chiefs, and Director Hayes. So we will move to that panel first. So I want to welcome Deputy Mayor Michael Fong, Deputy Mayor Casey Sixkiller, Seattle Police Chief Carmen Best, and Fire Chief Harold Scoggins, as well as Director of Public Health Patty Hayes. So I'm going to ask each member of the panel to go ahead and give some opening remarks. You can defer the opening remarks for questions if you would like to. I'll encourage, or I'll invite that if that's something you ought to do. And then we'll proceed to a question and answer with this panel before moving on to the panel later this afternoon. I would ask, just in light of the fact that I'm sure that a lot of us have a lot of questions, if we could try to reserve the balance of this conversation for an exchange around questions, that would probably be the most productive. But I want to make sure you guys have a chance to provide your opening statement. So I'm going to turn it over first to Deputy Mayor Fong, and then I think I'll just call each panelist out individually. If we were at the table, we would just go down in a line, but I think in Zoom world, it makes more sense for me to call people out individually. So we'll start with Deputy Mayor Fong, then Deputy Mayor Sixkiller, Chief Best, Chief Scoggins, and Director Hayes. So Deputy Mayor Fong, take it away.
Great. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Lewis. Council members, thank you for giving the executive an opportunity to join you this afternoon in a discussion about Council Bill 119796. I do want to start by saying that I can appreciate the Council's desire and urgency to devise strategies and approaches to minimize the impact of COVID-19 on people experiencing homelessness. It's that same desire and urgency that has led the mayor to deploy more new spending towards homelessness response, really than any other program in the city's portfolio and lines of business. I mean, putting us on a current trajectory of spending $140 million in 2020 alone on homelessness. That is $44 million more than the city spent in 2019 and almost $100 million more than 2017. I say this because as COVID-19 has hit the region, we have deployed an unprecedented level of resources working with King County, the county executive, public health, Seattle and King County to help support individuals that are experiencing homelessness. And even as we are making tough decisions regarding our $300 million budget gap that I know you've heard in some detail from Director Noble, we will still be deploying approximately $40 million additional to individuals experiencing homelessness for new shelter, safer 24/7 places to be, meals and wraparound services and hygiene services. We're also working daily with King County and Public Health on testing, resources for our shelters like PPE and access to isolation and quarantine sites, including the ones that have been stood up by the county. Soon, we'll be bringing to you our 2020 budget plan in June, and we will be making some serious and very difficult choices, where we will outline our plan to use state and federal resources on the greatest needs in our community, including homelessness. But I want to emphasize that today's bill really isn't about the best approach to helping unsheltered individuals meet their needs. In fact, we believe very strongly that the most likely outcome, if passed, is that it would have a detrimental impact on public health and safety of not only the people in the surrounding community of unsanctioned encampments that have extreme challenges, but also for individuals living within those encampments themselves. And in our presentation, you'll hear from Chief Best, Chief Scoggins, and Deputy Mayor Sixkiller on how this legislation compromises the city's ability to really effectively respond to public health and safety issues in our community. And we hope that in this discussion, we can describe some of what I believe are unintended consequences that may not have been considered in the initial drafting of this bill. I mean, simply put, it's hard to imagine that the intent could have actually been to prohibit the city from potentially removing an encampment when the presence of a confirmed case of COVID or communicable disease is present to reduce the further risk of exposure. Or that the intent was to effectively stop the city from addressing unauthorized encampments that present persistent, dangerous criminal activity. Or to inadvertently sanction encampments on private property and public spaces, such as parks and green spaces, in conflict with numerous rules and code elements in the Muni Code. Or to put at risk our first responders, firefighters and police officers, as you heard today, heightening their risk as they face responding to 911 calls to some of these areas. Nor can I imagine that the intent was to introduce such a consequential bill on May 18th and then have it voted on 9 days later with little opportunity for public engagement or comment, where we've now seen and heard from thousands of people opposing this bill through signing of petitions, letters, and emails that have been sent to both the mayor and to the city council. We urge the council to oppose CB 119796. I mean, just as there's no simple answer and solution to homelessness, there's no two-page bill that can capture the nuances and substitute for the professional judgment of the NAV team, police and firefighters, outreach workers, human service providers to respond to complex issues that present themselves in some unsanctioned encampments. And finally, I agree with Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Morales, that we are ready and willing to work with the council to meet a shared set of policy objectives around homelessness. It's just that this bill simply isn't going to move us forward. I want to thank you for the opportunity for some opening remarks. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Sixkiller, Chief Best, and Chief Scoggins for some brief comments.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Fong. And I just want to say, because I don't know if I made this clear before the panel, if folks could hold their questions until the conclusion of all the presentations, that'd be great. And Deputy Mayor Sixkiller, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you, Chairman Lewis. I'm going to begin my comments this afternoon by grounding us in a few facts. First, just 3 months ago, we found ourselves at the forefront of a global pandemic that is lethal to high-risk individuals. With the council's support, the mayor issued an executive order to focus the city's attention on COVID-19 prevention and response efforts. Second, with the threat of an outbreak among the 11,000 individuals experiencing homelessness across our region, we knew we had to act urgently and execute a plan in partnership with King County to stand up and de-intensify shelters, to stand up quarantine and isolation recovery facilities, to bring new shelter resources online for individuals, expand access to hygiene facilities, and importantly, we provided flexibility in HSD provider contracts so that city dollars can continue to provide wraparound services and support provider operations, whether that individual is in Seattle or not. It is also worth noting that during this unprecedented time, we've deployed measures and investments to keep as many people as possible in their homes. And third, the mayor directed the navigation team to temporarily suspend normal operations and refocus on disease awareness and mitigation efforts. Since early March, the navigation team has been one of the only outreach teams in the field. In fact, given that many providers have closed their doors or significantly curtailed services, the navigation team often is the only resource available to individuals experiencing homelessness. In the fourth quarter of 2019, the navigation team conducted 303 removals across all removal types. Since March, the navigation team has conducted 4. The navigation team sees firsthand many of the inhumane and dangerous conditions that some encampments pose to both the residents and community. As we struggle with stopping the spread of COVID-19 in the city also bears responsibility to handle public safety under the leadership of Chief Best and Chief Scoggins. Our goal is to humanely remove the most dangerous conditions, including areas of violent crime, and move individuals to safer shelter to connect them with services and support. It is also the city's responsibility to ensure accessibility to public rights of way, such as sidewalks, streets, driveways, alleyways, and access to businesses and residents. During this period, the navigation team has distributed over 2,500 hygiene kits, provided over 2,300 COVID-19 hepatitis A public health flyers, handed out close to 900 meals, completed close to 400 garbage and waste removal activities at unmanaged encampments, and referred 300 individuals into shelter, including the new shelters that we have stood up. These efforts, aided by support and guidance from Public Health, Seattle-King County, have been a success in protecting some of our most vulnerable neighbors. While 20% of all COVID-19 cases in the region are associated with long-term care facilities, roughly 3% of cases involve individuals experiencing homelessness. We believe the measures we have taken in Seattle have saved lives, including in our shelters. In fact, it is why Seattle and King County are looked to across the country as the model for how to quickly scale up a diverse range of housing and related supports to prevent the spread of COVID-19 among individuals experiencing homelessness. This is not to suggest that we've done all we can or should do. Far from it. Until there is a vaccine, we will be working every day to protect the most vulnerable. Much of our work is done knowing we are facing a $300 million gap in our budget, but we will be prioritizing our work to help those individuals experiencing homelessness. Lastly, I'd like to briefly address the recent removals of encampments that presented extreme circumstances. First, for context, each removal was preceded by weeks of engagement by the navigation team to connect individuals with services and offer referrals into shelter units. At Ballard Commons, despite weeks of engagement, there continued to be a risk for individuals living within the encampments and the surrounding community. There, the navigations team work resulted in referring 29 people into shelter leading up to the removal and referring an additional 8 people into shelter on the day of the removal. At the CID and Little Saigon, despite engagement, there continue to be serious safety concerns for individuals living within those encampments and the surrounding community. There, the navigations team work resulted in referring 88 people leading up to the removals into shelter and an additional 25 individuals into shelter on the day of both removals. Importantly, Public Health's mobile medical and street medicine teams were engaged in both encampments leading up to the removal process to screen for COVID-19, conduct testing where necessary, and establish contact tracing capabilities. There's no question that the encampments and the dangers they pose to the individuals living within them and the surrounding community needed to be addressed. I just would add, the legislation being considered today would have limited our ability to act on some of the most basic responsibilities we have as a city. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll turn it to Chief Best.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. But to make sure we're sticking to the rules, the chair will hand it over to Chief Best.
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're right.
So Chief Best, thank you for joining us today, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council Member. Good afternoon, Chairman Lewis and all of the other council members. Thank you for having me here today for the Select Committee hearing. I want to first take a moment, and I know this isn't the topic today, but I cannot, as an African American woman and the Seattle Police Chief, be in a public meeting like this and not mention the tragic murder of George Floyd that occurred in Minneapolis on Monday. I am truly saddened and I am angry. Being a police officer is about service and protecting the sanctity of life. All of policing needs to continue the commitment to building relationships and trust with our communities, especially our communities of color who have experienced so much trauma in the justice system. And that includes holding ourselves accountable. So my thoughts and my prayers are with the family of Mr. Floyd. So thank you for giving me a moment to say those few words. And back to the subject at hand about the navigation team. As has been discussed, the Seattle Police Department is one part of Human Services navigation team. Right now, we have 8 officers assigned to assist. The Seattle Police Department knows very well that police actions do not resolve issues around homelessness and housing. Rather, the officers are a part of the navigation team because of their ability to make strong connections through 3 key areas. First and foremost, relentless outreach. Second, providing security for those service providers who are out there on the front lines every single day. And third, addressing, through responsibilities given to us by SDOT and parks, obstructions and hazards on public sidewalks and areas. As the Chief of Police, it is my primary responsibility to ensure and maintain the peace and order of the city. Through responding to calls for service and investigations, officers and detectives have become aware of public safety issues at almost every major encampment that has been addressed by the navigation team. I want to quickly touch on some of the most illustrative incidents for why SPD must be a part of the team. Most importantly, being homeless, being mentally ill, battling addiction, fighting poverty, none of this is a crime. And we will not criminalize the homeless. And we will not criminalize people living in encampments. They are not criminals. They are vulnerable in many different ways. And they need help. There are people who prey on them and exploit their situations for their own gain and to the detriment of every single person in this community. A few of the incidents that I want to highlight for your consideration. In 2017, the navigation team cleaned the encampment that was at Airport Way South and South Royal Brougham. This was done after 2 residents that were arrested for operating a child sex trafficking ring, with some of the residents in the area calling police and telling us there were 6 juvenile girls involved. The youngest was 13. In 2018, our Major Crimes Task Force worked on a drug trafficking investigation involving several encampments in the Chinatown IDE area and found an operation supplying heroin, meth, crack, along with large amounts of cash and several weapons. The suspects had actual residences. They weren't homeless living there. They were using the encampment as cover to maintain their illicit and criminal enterprises. And just 1 year ago, in May, officers seized over $20,000 in cash, a pound of crack cocaine, heroin, meth, pills, firearms, knives, machetes, a sword, and stolen property in a bust of predatory drug dealing and violent crime and property theft at encampments in Pioneer Square and in the Chinatown ID. In total, 10 individuals were arrested for trafficking drugs out of the encampments. And most recently, the removals that took place near the Navigation Center in 8th Avenue South and South King were preceded by increasing calls from the community and ultimately by acts of violence, including a homicide, shots fired, and serious assaults with weapons. Again, I have to be very clear, the vast majority of individuals living outside are not engaging in major crime. They are trying to survive. Many are battling addiction and mental illness, and they're trying to make a better life for themselves. You know, I know this firsthand. I have family members who are homeless, but they are being victimized by criminals and by a criminal element, some of which live there and some of which open up operations at these encampments. We must address the condition that give rise to the problem. Yes, we the police can go in and arrest the criminals, but more will come in and take their place because these locations have victims and they provide good cover for illegal activity. There is often no choice if we want to stop further victimization. We have to act. And recently, I was talking to a very distraught NAV team lieutenant who spoke to me of trying to provide services to a man. This man was homeless. He was sitting in his own feces, eating a sandwich that was covered with maggots. You know, they couldn't involuntarily commit him because that doesn't meet the criteria of commitment. But we also should recognize that that person should not be allowed to remain in those conditions. If that were my family member, I would want a NAV team officer or anyone coming by to help them and to assist them. So I'll close by saying this. If you want to make it acceptable for people to live in these conditions, then this bill will do just that. It is my charter and my responsibility that we take these situations extremely seriously. And it's part of the charter of the city to do so, to protect the safety of every single member of our community. If my officers are not allowed, by way of a budget proviso, to address criminal activity that takes advantage of these situations, it is a huge, and I do mean this sincerely, a huge disservice to the community and to the people who are living there, and it's a disservice to humanity. If this activity is occurring when the individuals know, they know the police department is going to come in and intercede, it worries me, and it worries me greatly. What will happen when they know that no one is coming and they are allowed to operate with free rein? So thank you for allowing me a few minutes to express my concerns.
Thank you, Chief Best. We will now hear from Chief Scoggins.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Lewis and members of the City Council. As a fire department, we must do what is necessary to prevent fires and keep our community safe by following our mission of saving lives and protecting property. Many encampments currently pose a significant public safety hazard and or concern. As an employer, we must keep the safety of our personnel at the forefront and should not to continue to put them into dangerous situations if possible. I mean, we know we're firefighters and we know some situations are going to be dangerous, but we try to prevent the ones we can. Our members become firefighters because they're committed to serving the public. We can all help improve community safety and firefighter safety. I want to talk about safety concerns on two fronts. I'll start with fire, then transition into medical safety issues. When people are burning anything outside, whether it's for cooking, warming, or recreationally, there's always a safety risk for the people living at encampments, their neighbors, and our city firefighters who have to go into these environments to put them out. Summer is historically the busiest month for outdoor fires, and we continue to see dangerous fire hazards at homeless encampments. Since the beginning of tracking COVID-19 on February 28th, we have responded to 126 fires at encampments citywide. This is a significant increase by 15% from the same time period in 2019. The fire concern is two-pronged. For people experiencing homelessness, the concern is the potential of the fire spreading and lack of a fire alarm or any type of alerting system. Tents are highly flammable, as we see all the time, and when located near brush or combustible materials, they do spread very quickly from one tent to the next or up a hillside. Encampments do not have any alerting systems in place to alert residents to evacuate, and typically lack of equipment to extinguish a fire before it gets out of control. Large piles of trash, often found at encampments, are a public health concern and sources of fuels for the fires to grow, as we often see. The second area of concern is for our firefighters who are responding to put out these fires. Our members are frequently put into hazardous situations where butane and propane tanks explode, and this happens quite often. Needles and feces are found on the ground that they must travel through. Access to the fire is an issue, forcing crews to respond via high traffic freeways or navigate up contaminated and steep hillsides filled with brush. This often requires the deep cleaning of equipment used for fire suppression. And this also keeps our crews out of service longer as we have to go back and do these decontamination processes. There are also many incidents where these fires have threatened our city's infrastructures, including bridges, utility poles, highways, fire hydrants, and more. A recent example was on May 25th. Crews extinguished a fire that engulfed several tents, a portable generator, rubbish at a homeless encampment. Firefighters negotiated up a slippery hillside in order to reach the fire and encountered needles and other debris. Engineers from Harborview Medical Center notified our crews that heavy smoke entered their building's HVAC system, and people were able to smell the smoke from inside of the hospital. Now, as it relates to medical. In 2019, 80% of our responses were from medical emergencies, totaling nearly 73,000 responses for the year. Last year, 15% of these medical responses were for people believed to be experiencing homelessness, just over 11,000 responses. And from February 28th, when we started this COVID-19 crisis through today, we have already responded to 2,400 medical incidents for people experiencing homelessness. The health concerns among this population is significant. We see it daily. And with the COVID-19 pandemic underway, the rate of transmission at encampments could be extreme. And this increases the stress level among responders going into these environments. Remember, our firefighters get off each day and they take whatever is on them home to their families. So it's a real concern. Encountering unsanitary conditions with feces, needles, and rodents at encampments, it's become the norm. The hepatitis A outbreak at the Ballard Commons is a recent example of how quickly a life-altering disease can spread without intervention. Our crews continue to encounter combative patients who are often under the influence of drugs or have underlying mental health issues when responding to medical aid calls in these locations. We are faced with the same access issues, but sometimes they're a bit more difficult. As you can all imagine, it's easy to spot a fire, but when we're navigating and negotiating the hillsides of where we think an encampment is at 2:00 in the morning is unsafe on multiple fronts. We often require a Seattle police escort into these areas just to keep our members safe. And Councilmember Lewis, you asked, state our reasons and how we come to our decisions. The Seattle Fire Department formed our opinion against this bill from real experiences, responding to thousands of emergencies of people in need. We see it every day. Committee Chair Lewis and members of the City Council, thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns.
And thank you, Chief Scoggins. So the last presenter on our panel is Director Hayes. And Director Hayes, if you have any comments at this time, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I know they have questions, so I just wanted to have just a brief overview of the public health approach and some of the work that we've done. It's really important for me to say that as Public Health Seattle and King County, I work with both the county and the city and provide the view of public health role with people who are experiencing homelessness. And I so appreciate the comments on the humanity and the tragedy that COVID, on top of the trauma that people who are experiencing homelessness have on a day-to-day basis, and our need to really look to care for them, help them, as well as dealing with the reality of the circumstances that we have in both the range of settings for homeless service delivery. You know, for public health, our approach is and focuses on harm reduction. We come to wherever the settings fall in a continuum, from encampments to congregate shelters, permanent supportive housing. Each has its challenges, each has its piece of importance, and for the individuals, everybody's story is unique. In this COVID crisis, we see our role meeting folks where they are and making any setting less risky. We're committed to going into those settings and reducing the risk of infection and reducing the risk of transmission. The homelessness response is a collaboration between the County Department of Community and Human Services, the City of Seattle Human Services Department, and Public Health, as well as the partners working closely with every wonderful homeless service provider. It does include shelter, day centers, permanent supported housing, healthcare providers, jail release coordination, the outreach workers, nurses shelters, and other unique congregate settings that we have looked to set up during this COVID response. I just want to thank and express my gratitude to the many homeless service providers and behavioral health staff who are essential workers at that time, and they put themselves with the public, with the care that we need, with the public team, and I really appreciate that. You know, starting early in this outbreak, we worked to give guidance, as I know I've reported to the council before, on a toolkit for homeless services providers, and I'm so grateful that I did that early on before the outbreak hit. We've continued to provide information on infection control in briefings to 200 plus providers each week. We have deployed our clinical support teams to home service sites. They help coordinate needed infection control, disinfection, hygiene supplies, public health. When we learn of a COVID case at a homeless service site, our clinical strike team goes to that site. We've done extensive testing. As I know that you've heard, over 3,200 tests have been completed, conducted by either public health or our healthcare partners. When our teams mobilize, they assess the level of contagion, coordinate testing, talk to individuals with symptoms, offering recommendations for swift action to contain transmission, and refer people to isolation or quarantine as needed. For individuals living homeless, we've opened 5 facilities for isolation, quarantine, and assessment and recovery, just for the COVID response. Reducing the density of people in existing shelters and also in all response areas allows for greater social distancing. It's an important strategy in the shelter de-intensification. So your partnership, the city's partnership on all this, and partnership with the county are part of the walk I walk every day. And I've appreciated that partnership, and I know that as the policymakers with our elected officials in total, you have to balance all this, and public health tries to enter into the place and work with you and with these individuals wherever they are. Mr. Chair, with that, I know there's plenty of questions, so I'm going to stop my remark for that, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Director Hayes, and thank you for all your work during these really difficult times for our county and our city. Really appreciate your leadership, and thank you for being here. Before we get into questions, I do want to, just because I think it'll help frame the questions, having heard from our executive panel, to hear a brief overview, and I should have done this at the top when after Councilmember Morales gave her statement, to have Ali Panucci from Central Staff briefly just give an update on the materials that she distributed prior to the committee meeting, and just an overview of the bill really quickly before we get into our questions for the executive panel. So Allie, if you're on there, if you can just give an overview of the bill, what this proposal would and would not do, and then that can help frame our conversation for, I'm sure many folks have questions for the executive panel, but I wanted to make sure that we got your presentation in first before that broader discussion.
Thank you, Council Member Lewis and Council members. My colleague Eric McConaughey is also on the line, and we thought we were later in the presentation, so I'm just going to sort of filibuster here. I see Eric popping in here. I think he's going to provide just a very high-level, brief overview of the bill, and then I'll describe the amendments, and particularly a key amendment that is critical in really clarifying what we understand the intent was by the bill sponsor and co-sponsors. So Eric, with that, I'll turn it to you to just do a quick overview of the bill, and then I'll describe the amendments.
And again, I did just want to say if people could hold their questions until we go to the whole panel. So proceed, Eric. Sorry about that.
Hello, council members. This is Eric McConaughey on the council central staff, and I'll just say that much to make sure that I'm both visible and audible. Everyone's getting okay. Thanks very much. At this moment, I'm going to share my screen so that I can walk through some things, and I also move them along for Allie, some visuals about the bill. Doing that now. That should be visible to you. So here's a summary of Council Bill 119796 as it was introduced. This is what it's set up to do. The restriction that's described on the slide is a restriction of funding from budget summary levels in the current budget. So it restricts the funding to be spent on encampment removal unless these certain conditions are met. It has to constitute an active health threat, excluding the transmission of communicable diseases, including COVID and subsequent mutations to the occupants from the surrounding neighborhood. It poses an immediate hazard as defined in this clerk file. This is also known as, this clerk file refers to guidelines that were established in 2017 that direct how city departments coordinate for encampment removal. Another aspect is that it would have to obstruct the path of travel, and described more here in this bullet. It would present a fire or safety hazard, or obstruct an entrance or an exit to a building, or would be located in a children's play area. So I just very quickly went through the conditions that would have to be, at least one of these would have to be present in an authorized encampment to allow for spending for the navigation team to do their work through the current budget. This is, I want to just reiterate, for the legislation as introduced. And then the next thing we're jumping right into here are the amendments that are already prepared to the bill. We can move along with that, and I think Allie will take this up if that's all right.
Great, thanks, Eric. So I will not spend a lot of time getting into the detailed specific language in each of the amendments, but we'll just describe them at a higher level now, and we could dive in deeper with questions or after the panel discussions at the chair and council members' preference. But the first amendment is critical really in that it clarifies the language in section 2A of the bill. And Eric, if you could jump 2 slides, I think, ahead here, which is the most critical piece of the legislation. Actually, one more slide, sorry, thank you. The bill as introduced would not allow funds to be used to relocate or remove an encampment if the active health threat is the presence of a communicable disease. This amendment clarifies that what was actually intended is if the reason for the encampment is an active health threat that is a communicable disease such as COVID, that the encampment removal could proceed if certain conditions are met. And that includes following the guidance from CDC about how to provide hygiene service and sanitation services and other things to the occupants of an encampment, acknowledging that if individual shelter is not available, leaving the encampment in place may be balancing a number of risks, may be the appropriate public health response. But it is suggesting that these steps need to be taken first prior to posting a notice of removal, so that in collaboration with public health experts, the city can determine what the best response is really for the occupants of the encampment as well as the surrounding neighborhood. So that is, I think, an important clarification about what funds could or could not be used for. The second amendment is related to the provision in the proviso that would allow funds to be used for an encampment relocation or removal. And if Eric, you could just jump to the next slide. Excuse me, one more slide. If the removal could proceed if it obstructs the path of travel, such that clearance from the encampment is not 4 feet wide or greater. What this amendment does is it adds in language to say if that obstruction could be addressed by reconfiguring physical aspects of the encampment. So let's say there are 20 tents, for example, and 5 of them are blocking the path of travel, and the encampment could be reconfigured to provide a safe path of travel but allow the encampment to remain in place. Maybe that is a strategy that should be tried first, but that of course every effort should be made to work with the occupants to connect them with appropriate housing services. So again, it is just sort of clarifying and adding in this concept of trying to balance whether or not an encampment removal is the best public health response to the issues raised. And then finally, there is a third amendment that was not posted to the agenda that was distributed early today. The amendments 1 and 2 are sponsored by Councilmember Mosqueda. And the third amendment, and Eric, if you could jump to the next slide, please, addresses the public safety issues that have been raised. We had interpreted the definition in the clerk file that Eric referenced related to immediate hazard. So the bill as written would allow an encampment relocation or removal to proceed if it meets the definition of an immediate hazard. The term hazard typically being understood as sort of presenting a risk or danger, we interpreted that to mean that if it was a public safety risk that posed a risk of serious injury or death, that the encampment removal could proceed. We understand from the executive staff that that's not how they have interpreted the definition of immediate hazard in previous encampment removals and wouldn't interpret it based on this proviso. So this amendment says explicitly that the encampment removal or relocation could remove if that encampment is posing a public safety risk that constitutes an imminent threat to the health or safety of occupants or the surrounding neighborhood. So these amendments are really trying to fine tune and address what was intended and better align the legislation more specifically with the guidance from the CDC, including adding a finding that copies and pastes some of that guidance directly from the CDC's website.
Thank you so much, Ali. I really appreciate that overview so that we can all be on the same page moving into the next phase here of the conversation. Can we X out at this point of the PowerPoint so I can see the whole gallery? Perfect. All right, so now we can open it up to our panelists here for questions from the council members. If folks, as per our kind of routine now here, if you just kind of signal to me, I can call on folks for a question. Alternatively, text me and I'll put you in the queue. If people could please, since we have a packed agenda and it's already 4:30, if people could keep their questions brief, and then if panelists could also have their answers be responsive and to the point, that would be appreciated on both ends of this here. So we can get through as many questions as possible and move on to our next panel. So. With that, are there any folks who have questions for members of our executive panel? Councilmember Herbold.
Thank you. I'd like to first preface my comments with some information I received about the order of the Sacramento County Health Officer that was taken on May 22nd, and by the order of the Sacramento Health Officer, and as a prefacing comment or as context, the city of Sacramento in its 2019 one-night count counted 5,570 individuals who were homeless 70% of those individuals were living unsheltered. So a homelessness profile not unlike Seattle's. The county health officer for the city, for Sacramento County, signed an order on the 22nd saying that the CDC guidance for those experiencing homelessness outside of shelters is to be strictly enforced, to maintain public health and safety, allow people who are living unsheltered in cars, RVs, and trailers, or in encampments to remain where they are unless the people living in those locations are provided with real-time access to individual rooms or housing units for households with appropriate accommodations, including for disabilities, and a clear plan to safely transport those households. The order goes on to say, do not site, clear, or relocate encampments or cars, RVs, and trailers used as shelter during the community spread of COVID-19. Do not remove property from people experiencing homelessness, which includes their shelter, hygiene equipment, food supplies, water, and personal items. Items that people who are living unsheltered designate as trash and request to be removed can be disposed of. Clearing encampments causes people to disperse throughout the community and break connections with service providers, increasing the potential for infectious disease spread. Exceptions are encampments that pose an imminent and significant public safety hazard, such as a large excavated area of a levee. Now, I offer this to suggest two things. One, this prohibition is much broader than the legislation with Councilmember Mosqueda's Amendment 1 being contemplated. This legislation really only applies this CDC guidance to encampments that there's been identified infections. So the other point that I think is really important is I do not believe that the County of Sacramento has given up its law enforcement mission to prevent crimes and public safety threats with the passage of this emergency order by its county health officer. And I would like, this isn't so much a question, but it is a request for our King County public health officer to consider whether or not one way of depoliticizing this issue, which is really something that's about science and health best practices, is to take it out of the policymakers' bailiwick here and to consider a similar type of public health order. As for my questions for Director of Public Health, I would like to explore a little bit what the willingness of public health is, Director Hayes, to work with the city on creating a protocol by which King County Public Health plays a role in confirming for the city before removals happen that a removal is happening in a way that is consistent with public health best practices. And the reason why I ask this question is I think the success of this policy really depends on the willingness of public health to work in this fashion. And I have not been clear to date how public health has been interfacing with the city. During the removal at Ballard Commons, I inquired with the city whether or not public health was consulted on that removal, and I was told that quote, because we offered housing to every individual camping in the area, both leading up to and during the obstruction removal, public health agreed with our assessment that we were and continue to be in alignment with the CDC's guidance. But a Time story about that very same encampment removal reported that public health had not discussed specific encampments with the city, but agreed with the CDC guidelines. So it would be really helpful for me to understand not just what happened in the past and whether or not public health engaged with the city, engaged with the navigation team in the decision-making leading up to the Ballard Commons removal, but what role public health is willing to play in this area moving forward, so that we can make sure that the decisions that the city is making to remove encampments are grounded in science and best public health practices, and not being driven by the volume of community complaints. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So public health has an team and an agreement with the city that we are notified, and we go out and we have our case managers and our assessment folks meet with folks at the encampment. One of the points that was made about the CDC guidance is the CDC guidance is based upon the concern that people will disperse. And so we put together a purposeful effort to make sure that we are contacting people, we do an assessment of them, they know us, we want to set up a successful that if they do move, that we can find them. Just like they went into a shelter, we would know what shelter it was. And so as this COVID crisis has continued, we have furthered up that relationship and have been doing that. So that assessment is available on both the county and the city side to work in partnership on this, because we clearly want to be able to do our job, continue our harm reduction approach, get people, find people if they do have COVID, to make sure that they're availed of the isolation quarantine option. That's our job, and we're committed to doing that.
And a follow up to that, I just want to understand: are you in this partnership, in the agreement, empowered to say to the navigation team, we do not think a removal would be a best practice in this instance?
Well, most of the time when we are showing up at whatever site, it is about assessing what is the best way to manage within that. So we do not go in with the attitude of approving anything or not. It's if the encampment is there, we want to be able to help the folks within the encampment. If we're called in because there's a public safety concern and there is a decision being made around that, so that we can do our job and make sure that either folks are sheltered or be able to follow them wherever they're at. That's how we've seen our role. So we have not taken a approval or not approval of those actions.
And just to be clear, my question isn't whether or not you have the power to approve or disapprove, but whether or not you feel empowered as an agency whose job it is to public health to say, we don't think a removal would be a best practice in this instance, with the understanding that the city is going to do what it thinks in balance, in its own balancing act. So I do want to again reference my opening remarks related to the Sacramento public health officer. They are seeing a different role for themselves, because they are saying no encampment removals with the exception of imminent hazards. And so they're working with somebody to make that determination of whether or not something is an imminent hazard that justifies a removal in contravention of the rest of the order.
Patty, can I jump in here?
Sure.
Yeah, council member, with all due respect, I think I just have to take issue here. I just have to get on the record. I think we have a fundamental disagreement on your reading of the CDC guidance. It is guidance. It says up front that all of the different considerations that cities and localities are supposed to take in consideration. And in fact, we have, as I stated in my opening remarks, we have made adjustments consistent with the direction from the mayor. We went from 303 removals in the fourth quarter of last year to 4. I think the chief of police and the fire chief both articulated very well the issues and the conditions that we saw on the ground across those 4 encampments, while at the same time getting dozens of people inside into shelter from those locations. So again, I don't understand the line of questioning here. And as I also said, we are working in very close partnership with public health. That is why we had the mobile medical team out in both Little Saigon and also at the Chinatown ID obstruction removals last week to establish contact tracing.
And so, in all due respect, I don't. In directing my question to Director Hayes, is a representation that she represents is the director of the public health office of the county, and she has advice to impart to the executive and to the navigation team. And I specifically said, with the understanding that she is not in a role of approving or disapproving, with the understanding that the navigation team will balance the advice related to the CDC guidance with other considerations. So again, with all due respect, I don't think you heard my question. And I would really appreciate redirecting so I could stop monopolizing the time and get my question answered.
Right. I just want to jump in and give Director Hayes an opportunity to answer Councilmember Herbold's question. And I would say I do want to highlight agreement on this panel, and I believe Councilmember Herbold and Deputy Mayor Sixkiller do agree that it is guidance, and that is what I heard as well. So Director Hayes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. What I will say is, in my experience with my teams, they are not shy about giving real-time assessment and real-time opinions on what they see going on. Just like when we're in the past before COVID, and we were dealing with folks who were getting therapy and living under some of the bridges, we would do everything we can to make sure that they were safe with this situation or could be moved to a place shelter that would be more appropriate. So I don't want you to worry that we're not vocal about what we see. Whether or not there's a science base to what you're talking about, I don't know, but knowing our nurse practitioner and our nurses and our mental health folks, as I know a number of you have met some of them, they're a shy lot. So I just want you to have confidence that we are out with this when we go in with our mobile medical or whatever, and truly talking to the folks, to looking at, sometimes we send people immediately to the hospice. We have to call and make sure 911 can get folks to the hospital. So we start with the individual and what the individual needs. So I know that's a long answer to your question, but it's really important for you to know we're present and we're really with that individual.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I have Councilmember Morales next. I did want to jump in, I think, because I think there are certain foundational questions for the public and for this conversation that are sort of implicit in Councilmember Herbold's line of questioning. I just wanted to give us a chance to flesh that out a little bit. So I'm going to ask a question or two now, and then Councilmember Morales is next, and anyone else that wants to jump in, if you send me a text or an email. Councilmember Sawant, I'll put you down. So I just wanted to ask a few clarifying questions from Director Hayes before we move forward, because I do think the crux of some of these positions is just understanding the guidance and stipulating to the fact that it is guidance that has come from public health and the CDC regarding the removal of unsanctioned encampments. I just, and I'll kind of ask these questions all at once to Director Hayes, and it's just clarity explicitly on what that guidance is. And I think there's a lot of familiarity here, but I think it does frame the conversation and good for the public. And then also maybe an overview of the efforts that public health has been making in the de-intensification efforts that have been underway, and how public health's guidance has informed those efforts in the shelters in King County and Seattle. And then also how how some of the different options we have stand up to some of those guidances in the sense of, tiny house villages, for example, have not reported any positive cases of COVID so far, even though they are semi-congregate settings. And I do just want to learn that even though, I guess the crux of the question is first what the guidance is, and then further than that, to just ask them both at the same time, are there ways for congregate or semi-congregate settings to take actions that can bring them closer to the guidelines of public health?
So there was a whole lot to that question. So I'll start with the guidance and then get to what we've done. So thank you. So CD has put out a number of guidance documents. They've actually been updating over time. So I want to just start by saying 4 months ago, for public health, we've actually been in this since January when the first case up in Evergreen was discovered. So over the last 4 months, we've learned a lot about this. We actually had a CDC team out here for almost a whole month working with us. So, and I think it's one of the reasons, if I can just be proud for a minute, that CD actually touts the Seattle approach as a huge best practice in the area of homelessness. And that's not to say there's not tons to do and couldn't do better, and we had an outbreak and blah, blah, blah. But I think over time we have learned and adjusted as we've gone. So CDC recognizes that there's a range of this. They have guidance that was recognized in the amendment as to what you need to do to face people and densify. That was some actual work here in Seattle, where we were working live time with them on what we need to do to a shelter environment to make it safer, what we could do to beef up with I already mentioned our toolkit. The CDC guidance also says, and this has already been quoted, and I'll quote it again, that their concern is that clearing encampments can cause people to disperse. So public health took that very seriously, that we actually have a range of options here. So we wanted to make sure no matter where a person was, because we learned that whether or not it's a shelter environment or encampments, people do move, and we didn't want to lose them. But CDC does say, as the considerations are, if individual housing options are not available, allowing people live in shelter and in camps to remain where they're at. So it's this range of things you have to take into consideration as we look at what to do during this outbreak. So we've done a number of strategies with the city and the county in the de-intensification. I would say we had a major learning because we actually worked in one shelter that was known to have extremely at-risk people, and the CDC guidelines actually mention that too, that if you identify people who have chronic conditions or are older, that special attention needs to be them. So we looked to work on that and to knowing that was a very vulnerable population. So this need to de-intensify, give space, make sure that we were getting hygiene. And one of the things we learned is the issue of showers being close by. There's just multiple learnings we've done. Then because we have our mobile medical, we've been able to sort of move that work so that it was already going to encampments, but increase that. In addition, we have continued to do the Hep A vaccination work. It's often challenging to get folks it's really too bad that for Hep A, it's 2 vaccines at 2 different times to get people to take both those. So we've continued that strategy. So we have also been real lifetime doing technical assistance with the different community-based organizations as they have looked to what they to do if they have. We haven't even talked about helping folks who are these service providers who are needing to protect their staff, or if a staff person becomes COVID positive. I myself had one of our striking members come down with COVID, and thank goodness she recovered quickly. We had to quarantine 10 staff for 2 weeks in the very beginning of the outbreak, and my gosh, was that stressful. So we continue to look at how to work our way through this. So that is the guidance. That's how we've applied it. We have continued to work with CC when we have questions on this. And Mr. Chair, I guess I'll stop there.
Thank you. So Director Hayes, I might have some follow-ups, but I want to let some of my colleagues jump in here. So Councilmember Morales has a question. I'll let Councilmember Morales jump in now.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Hayes. I think this question might actually be for the deputy mayors. And my question is about the strategy for protecting public health during a removal. So Director Hayes was talking about having a plan for tracking people so that they can be contacted, for example, if they do have coronavirus and need to be brought in. If there is somebody who is waiting for test results and they get moved, what is the plan or what is the process for tracking where people go? If they're going to a shelter, if they're going to a tiny house village, but really, how are people tracked whether or not they accept shelter, and whether or not they actually make it to a shelter that they've been accepted? If there is a circumstance where we need to find somebody because they have a test result that has come, how are people tracked through the system?
So let me start and tell you what we're doing. So if a person has been exposed and we have done a test on them, they need to be quarantined. And so we work to get that person actually in one of our isolation quarantine sites. We have had folks refuse that, and there have been some that have extreme challenges that don't work well in that environment. But on the whole, we've been really successful of doing that. So we actually, in those cases where we have tested and nobody's exposed, we would not wait for the test to get back. Let me start there. Then for somebody that has been not exposed, but has been tested in one of our more broad testing in either done this in shelters and camps, etc. If it comes back positive, our disease instigators then will go through a process. We have access to HMIS system where we know who service providers are. We're able to work with those service providers. We have done alerts up to Harview. We've been notified at Harview sometime with someone that we've been looking to find. So we have a really network out there that we work with, but we start that individual and where they last were. And we have a pretty good track record of that. We'd like to say we were 100%, not always 100%, but those are some of the strategies we use within our case and contact tracing.
Yeah, and then one follow-up to that is for people who ask for beds at specific shelters, but for whom there isn't something that meets their needs. They have a partner, they have a pet, whatever the circumstance might be. How does the navigation team decide which option to offer a person based on their particular needs, whether or not they're testing or just in general?
So can I just answer the?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Sixkiller, and then any other panelist that wants to address it can as well.
Okay, so I just would say, number one, on response to your first question, just to echo what Director Hayes said, this is, we really benefited at the front end of this by having, as the director referenced, the CDC here advising us, and the work we did together with the county, as I referenced in my opening comments, really hits exactly what the CDC was recommending to us, and that's setting up quarantine sites, and setting up, the county has not had to utilize the assessment and recovery centers yet that are in Shoreline and Soto and Bellevue and a few other places. But we have an entire apparatus that has been established in order to provide individuals who are symptomatic and can't otherwise go home the ability to come inside, and so we don't lose track of them. And that has been, the only way we've been able to deliver that is through our very strong partnership with the county, with public health. And again, it's very consistent with the CDC guidance. If you go to the very front of it, of our efforts, and has informed us there. On the second part, your question about specific shelter, the navigation team, that is their role, working with our outreach staff, is to make sure we are placing, offering referrals to individuals that meet their needs. Whether they're a couple, they're an individual, they have pets, and and not just in a removal exercise, but as we are going through and engaging folks throughout the day. That is, one of our primary strategies for making sure that our offer of shelter is one that that individual will accept.
Great, thank you. Do any other panelists want to jump in on that? Okay, I think we can proceed then to Councilmember Sawant's question. Councilmember Sawant.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. I do have two questions. I mean, there's all related questions, obviously. But before I ask my questions, I wanted to preface the questions with two comments from me. One is that, of course, I'm proudly co-sponsoring this bill that is currently under discussion. And the bill prioritizes public health and the interest of homeless neighbors over the sweeps that have been ineffective so far. And as many of you know, my office has helped lead a broader movement alongside community members from Nicholasville, Share, Wheel, Transit Riders Union, Socialist Alternative, and all the activists who've been part of the People's Budget movement for 6 years. I think we need to acknowledge them, because without that movement, we wouldn't even be discussing this here. And I also want to note this interesting thing that I've noticed, that the Chamber of Commerce spokespeople who are opposing this bill right now are also the same individuals and entities that oppose the actual solutions to address homelessness, such as urgently passing the Amazon tax on big business to raise the progressive revenues, to make sure that we have funding for social housing, for expanded services, and going the opposite direction from austerity. And we hear constantly from the mayor's representatives that they are readying themselves for the 300 million austerity, as opposed to actually finding solutions to address that shortfall and then expand those progressive revenues, which we are going to need to do if there's actual agreement that we have to address the homelessness problem. On the questions that I had, I mean, I would like some specific responses to these questions. One is, pick any of the recent sweeps that you've done, and can you tell us, do you have the information as to where the residents of those recent sweeps have gone? And I think there were references from some of the individuals who spoke on the panel that information is being tracked, but I'm not interested in generic responses that, oh, we are tracking this, or we're using HMIS, because we know that none of that works. What is the actual information you have about where the specific human beings that we're talking about went after the sweeps were done? And can you send that also on email so that we are able to look at that, and then also send that information to the activists and community members who were at the sweeps and who witnessed it, so that we have some verifying, and we can ask homeless community members themselves. And by the way, I will say that I have not come across a single homeless person who said that a certain sweep helped them actually improve their situation. So there is that as well. But my question is very specific. Can you give us that information? And the second question I had, and I'll go ahead and ask both my questions, and the panelists can answer them, and I would really urge them to answer them. The second question is in the CDC guidelines, which If you don't agree with the CDC guidelines, or if Mayor Durkin does not agree with the CDC guidelines, I would appreciate if that is frankly admitted, because the CDC guidelines are very clear. It says if individual housing options are not available, allow people who are living unsheltered or in encampments to remain where they are. It's not ambiguous, it's very clear. And the next statement says clearing encampments can cause people to disperse throughout the community and break connections with service providers. This increases the potential for infectious disease spread. So I guess it's a sort of a two-part question. One is there agreement that this is accurate from a public health standpoint? And then my next question following from that is, the rest of the guidelines for the CDC also say that we should work together with community coalition members to improve sanitation in encampments, ensure nearby restroom facilities have functional water taps, are stocked with high hand hygiene materials and bath tissue, and remain open to people experiencing homelessness 24 hours per day. If toilets and hand washing facilities are not available nearby, assist with providing access to portable latrines with hand washing facilities and so on. And these facilities should be equipped with hand sanitizer containing at least 60% alcohol. I didn't read every single word, but you get the drift of it. So my question is, how much of these guidelines has been fulfilled by the various departments in terms of providing restrooms with functional water taps, having access to this, and bath tissue open throughout the day, 24 hours a day? And if the toilets are not available, then how has access to portable latrines been provided? And again, I would appreciate concrete details on that. So my three questions are: where have the residents of the recent sweeps gone? Can you give us concrete information? Second, does the mayor's office and does Mayor Durkin actually agree with the CDC guidelines? And third, what has concretely been done in terms of bathroom access, access to hand sanitizers, and so on? Thank you.
Who wants to start grappling those questions? Deputy Mayor Sixkiller, you or?
I think I want to defer to Director Hayes first on some of the CDC guidance pieces, and then I'll go after that.
I don't think I have any more to say on the guidance. I think the question was a little different. I'll say that my comment, if I clarify this and be really clear, the tracking I'm talking about is those people who we've tested. So I want to be clear, it's not public health that is keeping a list of everybody from an encampment that moves. So I didn't want to misrepresent that. But if there was somebody who we were working with because we had tested them or whatever, we would then work to make sure we can follow up. So I think you're referring most of your questions to the city. So.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say number one, for individuals who have accepted shelter since March, council member, yes, we do know both the offers that have been made and how many of those referrals were accepted and where those individuals are today. As Director Hayes just said, as we have gone out and engaged with the mobile medical team and others, we've established contact with those who may need medical assistance or testing, and we have established how we can be in touch with those individuals. For those who have not engaged with the navigation team or refused to engage with the navigation team, no, we do not always know where those individuals are. I think that maybe answers your question, but I'm happy to provide to council a listing of the referrals, obviously without names, a listing of the referrals that we've made and where those individuals, without names, where they are now, if that's something that would be responsive to your question. The second thing is, I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to suggest that we are in disagreement or don't believe in the CDC guidance. We absolutely do. And as I've said, since day one, we have been working with the CDC, Public Health, State Department of Health, and others to inform the decisions and the policies that we are pursuing. I was simply trying to say that it is, though, in fact, guidance, and it acknowledges that there are other factors sometimes that impact our decision making. But again, we have worked very hard to engage individuals and get as many people inside as possible prior to having to take any type of action for removals. So I can't, the third question, hygiene. So as you know, we've been working to stand up hygiene facilities and working with community partners as well. Opening up several of our library branches. But we continue to receive input both from council members directly and other community members about a need to specific areas, geographic areas across the city where we can deploy more hygiene, and we are being responsive to those requests as well. Thanks, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Sixkiller. Councilmember Herbold has another question.
I do. This question relates specifically to the issues around public health. Public safety, and would be questions that I would invite Chief Scoggins and Chief Best to respond to. So Deputy Mayor Fong raised concerns about public safety in his letter to the council. And I quote from that letter: according to the Seattle Police Department, some unauthorized encampments have been associated with negative behavior and criminal activity. In many cases, individuals prey on those in the surrounding areas and residents living within the encampments. As chair of the committee with oversight on public safety, I've offered to work with Deputy Mayor Fong and leaders at HSD and the navigation team to try to develop a mandatory language to address their concerns around public health. I am concerned that without support from the executive for this legislation, I will not have the opportunity to work with the executive on developing language that would meet their concerns. Nevertheless, as was previewed in the central staff presentation, I've attempted to do so. So my questions are, you both referenced types of situations that you've encountered where you believe that removing an entire encampment was the best tool to address public safety. But can you address how you balance that decision making to remove an entire encampment for the actions of a few individuals with taking law enforcement action to address the person or people who are actually acting unlawfully and removing that person and or their individual structure? So that's one part of the question. The second part is, given that removal of an encampment results in all of the residents scattering and relocating in a different place in the city, I'm concerned that there are public safety concerns about that effect, in that people who may be engaged in unlawful activity are then not subject to the law enforcement actions of the police department, and believe that could create challenges or impediments to law enforcement. And then lastly, the language that I've offered to include in this ordinance to ensure public safety work continues allows for encampments to be removed when those encampments pose a public safety risk constituting an imminent threat to the health or safety of occupants or the surrounding neighborhood. I'd like to ask how that language would unnecessarily restrict your work to ensure public safety. Thank you.
Who wants to jump on that question? I think it was directed to the chiefs, but
I think, Councilmember, I think first I defer to Chief Best and Chief Scoggins for your first line of inquiry, and then I'll follow up after they provide some perspective. So.
All right, Chief Best, do you want to go first?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Herbold, for your question and your attention and due diligence here in asking these questions. I would say that, one of the things I mentioned was the fact that we can arrest and do arrest people who are exploiting folks who are living unsheltered and living in these encampments. However, we know also that there are always people coming back into these areas. It is because of the vulnerability of the folks and the people at the encampments, the fact that they can operate under cover, so to speak, the cover of the tents, and hide behind those who are more vulnerable. And actually, in many cases, traumatize those people who are living in those encampments. So we feel when we have those situations occur, when we can see that there's spikes in, particularly in crimes of violence, for example, a homicide, shootings, and those things, we feel it's really important that we take note of that, but we also are supporting the Human Services Department in making the decision. I mean, that is not something that comes from me directly, but I absolutely inform and support when those decisions are made. We stand by, as I noted in my notes to you, in a security capacity. We also engage in the outreach. And also, if there is an obstruction or hazard separate from an encampment, that we have the authority under those circumstances from SDOT, from the Parks Department, to employ that removal as well. So I think it's really important. I just always have to preface these statements by saying we are highly sensitive to the fact that everyone living in an encampment is not a criminal, that many of these people are highly vulnerable, are living in very tragic conditions. And we don't want to minimize that fact, but we also know that there are people who exploit those situations fully. And so that is why, we come in and we make the arrest. And that is why if HSD provides to us a list of places that need to be cleared, we participate in that clearing. Again, not the decision of the police chief.
And Chief Best and Councilmember Swan, I did see you were signaling you wanted to talk. Okay, I got you on the list. Chief Best, I do have a quick follow-up that's really brief. That's just how the the fact that we now have an operational agreement with co-lead, how that has sort of informed the department's outreach work in having surgical interventions to get certain folks out of encampments that might pose public safety risks. I just wanted to kind of ask your position as the chief, how that asset's been helpful and how it's working in the field.
Well, I see the co-lead as a potentially very good tool, but it's just getting underway. And right now, I think they're working out all the final agreements with the executive. But I do look forward to having any opportunity, any option that we can that will assist vulnerable people who are living unsheltered in our city.
All right, thank you, Chief Best. And Chief Scoggins, I don't know if you wanted to get in on Councilmember Herbold's question before we move to Deputy Mayor Fong.
Yes, I'll cover it from two perspectives, fire and medical. What we see is in the encampments, when there is a tent fire, whether it's in the brush or on the street, the proximity of the other tents generally burn, so that the rate of spread seems to be really rapid. And we have many examples of fires that we go on all over the city. So the safety issue is very real, and many of the locations can be somewhat remote. So it could take us a bit more time to get to an encampment that's somewhat off the beaten path, following the smoke. So it takes us a little bit longer. And when there's multiple tents there and it's in the brush, and we've seen it in the past, run up the hillsides, and some of these fires start to encroach on the homes, it becomes a bit challenging. And, if you're in an encampment, you're going to be cooking, you're going to want to be warm. So we know there's going to be a heat source. So it's very real. We see it all the time. On the medical side, it's very important for us to get there in a timely manner. When someone's having a heart attack, a stroke, a serious medical condition. And when we respond to these different locations that are off the beaten path, it often takes longer for us to get there to serve the person who's really in need. And, as I mentioned earlier, just since this COVID response started, we're about 2,400 medical responses. That's really significant when you're navigating and negotiating difficult terrain to get to the patient, to understand what the problem is, to try to get them to medical care. So those are our concerns, and they're very real. We see them every day. It's a lived experience.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Fong, do you have any comments?
I'm sorry, before we move on to Deputy Mayor Fong, I do need a follow-up because I just don't feel like, I'm sorry. I appreciate the recognition that both the fire department and the police department can do individual law enforcement actions to address either individual instances of a tent campfire, and that the police department can do individual law enforcement actions against individuals who are preying on people in encampments. But my question is, what are the conditions under which you feel it is appropriate to shift from an individual law enforcement action to believing that an entire encampment needs to be removed for the actions of those individuals? That's the piece that I'm really struggling to understand. Thank you.
Chief Scoggins or Chief Best, do you have any comments?
Well, was that directed towards police or fire? I mean, the proximity of the tents is what we see when people camp in large groups, as they do, and we see it. And we see when the fires start, they transition in the brush and they transition from tent to tent. I mean, it's very real, and that's what we see. I mean, we've 126 fires since February 28th in encampments. I mean, that's what we see.
I'll defer to Chief Best, but at some point, council member, I do have a few thoughts on this. So, Chief, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you. I wasn't quick enough on the unmuting myself. So one of the things that I would look at is when we have a level of criminal activity and issues occurring where it's not safe to send officers in because there's so much crime and activity, we can't see what's happening. There's covert operations. We're getting reports of, violence, acts of violence, people being victimized, to the point that we, realize that it's not just one individual or a couple of individuals, that we have a criminal enterprise. As I mentioned to you before, situations where we have pulled out meth, heroin, pills, machetes, swords, stolen property, guns, all out of encampments, not because there were people there that were vulnerable, because there were, but because there were people there who were taking advantage of the situation and exploiting what was happening there, making it incredibly unsafe for the people who are living there, as well as for the officers, the firefighters, and anyone else who's trying to address or attend the encampments. So we have to take that into consideration.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Fong, do you have comments now to?
Sure, I'll try to keep them brief, but Councilmember Herbold, I actually really appreciate your line of inquiry on this point, and you and I have had some discussion about this as well. But I just want to point out, I do think this illustrates one of the challenges that comes with legislating this space. I mean, part of it, as we've just seen in the last couple of minutes, Chief Scoggins and Chief Best are relied upon to make, and their teams make professional judgments with a whole host of factors associated with when a removal may be necessary based on a public safety component. And for that very reason, the charter empowers the chief to have that responsibility. And I think the dialogue is really healthy for you and council members and for the public to understand some of that nuance as far as what both chiefs and their departments have to consider before, and in consultation with the other components of the navigation team before making those decisions. But fundamentally, this is one of the reasons why we have such a strong opinion about, whether this is really something that can be legislated and prescribed, as opposed to the fact that there are just simply times when it comes to these scenarios that the executive needs some flexibility in order to manage a whole host of factors. And I know you appreciate this, as we've talked about the conversation around the need to look at and be open to a dialogue about continuous improvement and how we approach this space as far as our internal administrative rules. But at the same time, it's for that reason that along with a whole host of other elements of the legislation that we've talked about, that just makes this an incredibly complicated space to legislate and put in place the rigidity. I mean, the bill actually clamps down on Chief Best's entire patrol budget to some extent in the proviso in order to be engaged in encampment removals. Now, dependent upon consultation with law or our policy interpretation of that, that can severely limit the chief's ability to address these situations if we aren't able to actually have that conversation of what that flexibility actually means. This is for the precise reason why we've been very, very reluctant to go down this path of a legislative solution to something that, frankly, I recognize that we should have more dialogue about. So
Deputy Mayor Fong, I'm going to jump in on a second there. I do also just want to highlight that in my queue of questions, I have Councilmember Mosqueda next, followed by Councilmember Sawant, then Councilmember Gonzalez, and Councilmember Morales. I think at this point, I'd like to close the questions because it is 5:25. We do have another panel after this, and I appreciate this is a very sensitive issue, so I think that we should certainly be taking our time with it to discuss this. But I did have a quick follow-up to the line of response that Deputy Mayor Fong just provided. I want to ask Deputy Mayor Fong, in reference back to the multi-departmental administrative rules, is the executive in a position where they would be willing to have a dialogue with this committee around setting up a discussion to address this through the administrative rules? Because that is how I read your last response to Councilmember Herbold. I can just say, speaking personally, and I think for a number of the members of this committee, I would love to have a conversation about how we can structure that and how we can provide space to try to work some of these issues out through that MDAR process. I just wanted to give you a chance to clarify, because if so, I'd like to follow up after the meeting about how we might be able to set a conversation like that up, depending on the circumstances.
Yeah, I'll answer very briefly, and then I'll also defer to Deputy Mayor Sixkiller since he has a little more direct responsibility in this space. But I'll just say, Council Member, I mean, we are always open to the conversation of continuous improvement around this space. But the issue of the when and how do we proceed, I mean, that's a conversation that we can have. And in fact, you and I have had many conversations about, looking at sort of the various elements of how we do not just this work, but as far as our entire engagement around unsheltered homeless population. But that is a broader conversation that we can talk about in terms of the executive's responsibilities, as well as the broader scope of some of the elements of homelessness and strategy that many of the council members have talked about today. I mean, we're of course happy to have that conversation, but then set that in the context, a broader context of both the issues we're dealing with COVID right now, the issues that we're facing with regard to our resource issues, as Council Members Sawant and others have various perspectives about. But setting that conversation in a broader context is far more useful than having a granular conversation about legislation that frankly we have had really no discussion about how the use of this blunt particular instrument is going to be an effective deployment of what it is you want to achieve. So we're open to that dialogue.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Sixkiller?
I don't know that I have anything to add beyond what Deputy Mayor Fong just provided.
All right. Well, certainly count on hearing from me in short order about formalizing that conversation, because I share your eagerness for it, and I will certainly take you up on your generous offer, and I appreciate you bringing that up as part of this discussion. I do want to give the opportunities to my colleagues. We do have 4 more questions, or 4 more lines of questioning, I should probably say more accurately. Councilmember Mosqueda, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, thanks to Director Patty Hayes for being part of this lineup. We know your team and you yourself are incredibly busy, so I really appreciate all that you're doing in this time to save lives and prevent infection. I'm going to put aside the comments that were made about safety and public safety, recognizing, number one, that Councilmember Herbold has an amendment that I think clarifies the ability for folks to go in and continue to maintain safety. And number two, because we have co-lead that just launched within the last week, obviously this is a body that's been very supportive of co-lead, and I think there's some frustration that it took a while to launch, but I do think that the more that we can get co-lead into these areas in a targeted way, as was described earlier on a conversation with folks, in a way that recognizes that we have high friction areas, so we're targeted, directed, and we do referrals in specific sites that have areas of concern, we can see more people getting housed and to the services they need. So putting aside those public safety comments that were made in large part by the panelists earlier today, I want to ask a question specific to this legislation, because this legislation, to your question, Senior Deputy Director Fong, what is the point of this legislation? It is specifically to respond to the CDC guidance that says, and I quote, "In the context of COVID spread and transmission, the risk associated with sleeping outdoors or an encampment setting are different than staying indoors in a congregate setting, such as an emergency shelter or other congregate living facility. Outdoor settings may allow people to increase physical distancing between themselves and others." So I end the quote there. That is the intent to say, if we don't have enough housing, and we know we don't have enough permanent supportive housing, temporary housing, even tiny house villages, what is our alternative? Originally, when I was looking and talking with folks in the mayor's office and across our council colleagues, I think there was a shared interest in trying to identify as much funding as possible to open up additional housing options that were non-congregate, and you have done some of that. But even with the non-congregate settings that you have opened up, we don't have enough housing. Originally, we wanted to ask how we could move the 500 people who are currently in congregate settings into individual rooms, and then the removal of the Ballard encampment happened. And I think the question then became, instead of posting a sign that will create the unintended consequence of people dispersing into the community, as the CDC talks about, what can we do to first get folks into housing? I do hope that the amendments that central staff walked through, and with the support of the prime sponsor, I hope that you all see that the intent is really to make sure that folks get into housing and into the safe housing that the CDC has deemed necessary during this time of COVID, prior to any posting going up, because the consequences of that during a declared public health emergency could cause death and tremendous harm to our community. So I just want to put that into context. I have spent a lot of time focused on how we allocate additional funding to non-congregate settings. This council has allocated $1.4 million of the CDBG funds to use for non-congregate shelter settings. We have an ongoing conversation that I know we'll have in the next few weeks about the $13 million that the state has allocated specifically for non-congregate housing, PPE, health services, and meal delivery. That was part of our grant, and I appreciate that. Looking forward to deploying those dollars. And we have FEMA dollars that can be used now. If we use general fund, we can get 75% reimbursement if we spend it on responding to the pandemic and getting folks out of non-congregate shelters. So I'm asking sort of a very pointed question. If we don't have enough housing, and we have empty hotel rooms, for example, can we work together to try to get folks into hotels and motels, as the CDC says? That's question number one. Question number two is, if there's some philosophical objection about using hotel rooms and or a difference of opinion on the policy success, despite the Seattle Times coverage on what happened in Renton with the Red Lion, if there is a barrier to getting folks into individual rooms, can you talk a little bit about what housing options you would consider so that we can get the 500 people that are in congregate settings into individual rooms to protect their health, and to have a place so that we can respond to the CDC guidance that gets people into individual rooms or non-congregate shelters prior to any posting going up? That's I believe, for the deputy mayors and the executives team. And then Director Hayes, if I could be so bold to ask, if in your conversations with public health officials, have you talked at all about creative strategies that are perhaps not individual rooms and hotels and motels, but are there other types of settings that you, from the public health perspective, have seen as best practices during this time of COVID that would be alternatives to folks living in tents, even though the CDC recognizes that sometimes that's safer than going inside? Are there other types of structures that maybe we're not thinking of? So I hope that's appropriate to ask of you. So those two questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So let me start. I'm sure others will fill in, including Director Hayes. Councilmember, thank you very much for your question. you and I have spent quite a bit of time talking about this the last several days, as well as other topics. And number one, the executive agrees that, we need to be making every effort to get people inside. And that, that effort began, well before COVID, as part of the mayor's path of 500, as well as the 95 units that we brought on during this period of COVID-19. So, I would say, number one, that, we are doing a tremendous amount of work to bring people inside. As I said in my opening comments, the navigation team since March has helped get 300 people inside that had previously been living unsheltered. So that's number one. Number two is, we are open to a conversation about how we continue to do that work, both, in our COVID, as part of our COVID-19 response. And I know we will have many of those conversations. That is not the topic of the conversation today, though, with the legislation before us. We're happy to, I think, come before the committee and talk more about how we are, the different housing options that we have made available as a city and in partnership with the county. But I'd also say, the CDC guidance also speaks to how the steps that we can take to make congregate shelter safe. And we are doing that. We have been doing that and working with providers since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have guidance from Public Health Seattle King County about how to do that. We have a public health order that allows us to seek reimbursement of funding from FEMA to make shelters, congregate shelters, consistent with CDC guidance. So I want to be really careful that, as we talk about options, bringing additional options, making additional shelter options available, that we don't demonize congregate shelter. That is not what the CDC has said, and that is not, has not, and I don't think ever will be, part of our homelessness response. We have thousands of individuals today living in congregate shelter, and it's important for us to understand that. Well, a third of those individuals that are in shelter today have been moved into some kind of hoteling shelter unit with support from the city. As I said during my opening comments, it's HSD, it's city money that is providing the wraparound services, including at the Red Lion, that is operated by DESC. So, we are open to that conversation and open to talking about how we what our best practices as we continue to learn more about COVID-19, and just acknowledge that it is going to be a mix of things, whether that is congregate shelter, hotels, tiny homes, or other, and everything in between. So we look forward to working with you on that in the committee and council, and looking at what resources we have available to us, as part of COVID-19 response, but also understanding that at some point, FEMA will declare that this is no longer an emergency. And we are going to have to make sure, as the Deputy Mayor Fong referenced in his comments, that our $300 million budget hole can sustain any new investments that we're making over the long term. Again, a much larger conversation than the topic today on this particular legislation, and I really look forward to engaging with you on that. I know you have a lot of ideas and suggestions, and we want to work together with you to see what is possible.
I just want to clarify real quick. I do appreciate wanting to have a longer conversation about investments in the budget, and in a post-COVID world, what does that longer term investment look like? Thank you. But I need to clarify that this is a conversation about how many open rooms we have, or how much space we have that allow for folks to get out of encampment settings. If the CDC guidance is saying to us that we don't have, if the CDC guidance is saying to us, if we don't have appropriate housing, then let folks stay there. And we're saying we want to put folks into temporary housing or hotels, motels, we need to make sure that we have an alternative for them to get out of the streets. And I think we all have a shared goal. People are going to be much safer and healthier if they have that room, if they have the staff capacity, and they have the meals that they need. I get that there's a dollar question there, but do we have any shelter capacity right now? Are we still trying to get folks out of congregate shelters? And if we don't have capacity and we're trying to get folks out of congregate shelters, what is the exit strategy? What is the alternative for folks? If you're suggesting that helping them with the sanitation that's been requested by the CDC as an alternative during this time of COVID is not appropriate, what capacity do we have to house folks right now in these temporary housing options?
Well, first, again, I want to say, we have, congregate shelter is not unsafe. And again, I am very concerned about a public narrative suggesting otherwise. Our testing there has not been an outbreak in a congregate shelter. We had one instance of that, but which Director Hayes referenced. Those individuals were as Councilmember Morales asked earlier, were fed into the system that we've developed to get them into quarantine and isolation, to get them the services they need, and make sure that we can control any further.
Can I just jump in for a second there? Because I think there might have been a miscommunication between Councilmember Mosqueda and the panel. I don't think Councilmember Mosqueda was categorically suggesting that that de-intensified congregate settings in some cases can follow the guidelines. I think that Councilmember Mosqueda's question was more getting to, do we have an adequate number of those placements to account for a one-for-one offer in the encampment removals? And I'm looking at Councilmember Mosqueda to see if I'm accurately phrasing. So I think that was more her question than
as I said, in the fourth quarter of last year, we conducted 300 removals. We have done 4 since March. In every instance, we had a shelter bed of some kind available to every single person who was there the day of the encampment removal.
And is going forward with the current posture of the city's possibly future planned removals, is that a policy the city intends to continue throughout the COVID emergency? I think would be the logical extension of that question.
It is always has been and will continue to be our our priority is to get people inside. And again, that's all 4 of these actions, followed weeks and weeks of intensive engagement by the navigation team and other outreach workers. And we have other tools that are now coming on as well. But again, the reason I keep quoting the 300 removals versus the 4 is because consistent with the CDC guidance, we are leaving people in place.
I just wanted to make sure that Councilmember Mosqueda was getting the answer to her question. I think that she has. So I thought there was another. Was there another question, Councilmember Mosqueda, that you had for Director Hayes?
Thank you so much. And for Director Hayes, just wondering if there's other best practices that you've seen across the country and other municipalities as you've thought of alternatives to congregate shelters, and what type of de-intensification strategies you've seen that may be short of a hotel room if we have a policy roadblock on that. Do you have other thoughts about, I don't know, what maybe are good practices to deploy? I'm sorry for framing that so strange, but please take it.
I understand what you're saying, Councilwoman. I've been sitting here since you asked the question, trying to think, and I'm going to have to think right now. Nothing's coming to mind right now. Actually, on the national call, when we're talking about this, really, Seattle has deployed such a wide range already. I spend more time talking about how we got to the strategies, actually, of de-intensification and what that meant. And because, as you know, in the past, particularly with the model that was used down, as you all will recall, down in San Diego for the hepatitis A outbreak, they actually, and we had talked about this at the Board of Health, we're getting a large tent, and I'm actually really grateful when do that, because de-intensifying those with the way they're structured, unless they have some of them, now we can get FEMA tents that we actually talked with CDC about, that you can actually get enough airflow if it's tall enough. I don't know if any of you were able to see one of our the ACRC up in Shoreline, but we had CDC actually look at that for the airflow in it. So there's a lot of interesting thinking by folks at the national level on how do you take something that might have been looking this way before and modify it to the kind of needs we need. So, but anyway, I'll continue and look forward to thinking about it with y'all.
Thank
you so much. And we have 2 questions left. So Councilmember Sawant, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. Just a few things. I think Deputy Mayor Fong may have been somewhat more honest in the sense that I think he called to question whether or not, there seems to be a fundamental difference between the mayor's office and some council members, myself included, on whether or not the council, as the city's highest legislative body, has a right to legislate any aspect of sweeps, and especially in the unprecedented situation we are in with the pandemic, because there are exaggerated descriptions of what this legislation would actually do. I mean, I'm a co-sponsor of this legislation, and I don't agree with the characterizations from the deputy mayors that this is going to completely tie their hands, clamp down on the SPD ability to do anything. I mean, none of that is true. This is a very reasonable proposal, and it is based on CDC guidelines. So I do think that maybe it's better to be honest, and I do appreciate, I don't think that was the intention of Deputy Mayor Fong, but I think that there was an articulation of the fact that there might actually be a difference on that, and I would prefer that discussions were had on a frank basis, because then we know where we all are. That's one thing. And then the other, I'm quite struck by Chief Best, SPD Chief Best, the word crime showed up so many times, and we're talking about homeless people. We're talking about some of the most vulnerable people, and it's not helping me, I'll be honest. It's not helping me for SPD Chief Best and others to keep saying that, well, it's not the homeless people who are the criminals. Okay, fine. But then that's even worse, because you're admitting that the criminal activity was not being engaged in by the people who were even living there. So in other words, it's a case where the criminals were not even living there, supposedly. And so the people who ended up getting swept were innocent victims. So by your own admission, it's true that the people who ended up becoming victim to the sweep were people who were not initiating any kind of criminal proceedings. And so I think that should lead to all council members feeling quite disturbed by this data, that by the mayor's office's own admission that that's true. I would also want to note that I'm not going to ask my questions again, but I wanted to note for the record that I did not get any concrete answers from any of the panelists, from the mayor's representatives, about what actually were my concrete questions, is what is actually what is happening to people who are being swept right now. And as far as this whole thing of, it's a black box, who refuse services, but we don't know who they are. And this is a very common narrative. It is not just in the last 4 months. Deputy Mayor Sixkiller, this is something that successive mayors representing the political establishment have had this implication that homeless people are willfully refusing something that's good for them because they're just strange or whatever, and they prefer to be homeless. We don't buy into that narrative at all, because there is zero evidence to prove that. As I said, not a single homeless person has come to me and said, or in public has said, actually the sweep helped me. Most people don't, for example, people don't accept shelter referrals because of the temporary nature of it. There's many things that go into why people refuse those things. You heard from public testimonials how people are forced to separate from their pets, from their loved ones. That's not acceptable. If it's not acceptable to us who are housed, then we should not be demanding that from people who are homeless, because they are our neighbors, and they end up losing what community they do have. And homeless neighbors have a completely different response when they are offered something like a tiny house village with case management, with proper restrooms. And so I'd be really interested in hearing what the next panel has to say about the questions that I brought up. And then last, I'll note that, I think it's ringing a little bit hollow to say that we're doing everything to find permanent supportive housing, tiny house villages, meaningful services. But look, the elephant in the room is the lack of progressive revenues. And there's an actual proposal my office has brought forward for the Amazon tax, It's an actual proposal. If you don't agree with that proposal, bring your proposal for progressive revenues. But repeatedly stating that the 300 million, restating the 300 million budget shortfall as if it's an act of God, I think that has to be rejected. It's basically what's happening is the political establishment is signaling austerity already, and the recession has only begun. I don't accept the $300 million budget shortfall as a given. It's a question of political priorities. Are we willing to actually raise those progressive revenues? And then that applies to also making housing and tiny house villages and other options available that people can actually accept and come out of these encampments. And we all agree, of course, that encampments are not a solution. Homeless neighbors have said that is not a solution for them.
Can you ask your question of the panelists? I'm sorry, just in the interest of time.
Well, I have already said what I want to say, but I don't appreciate Councilmember Lewis. All council members are taking a lot of time to politically preface their arguments and questions, and I have the same right because I'm also an elected representative, and I wanted to note that I didn't get any concrete responses, and I would be interested in hearing the second panel on the same questions.
Of course, no, thank you so much. And Deputy Mayor Fong, do you have a response?
Sure, if you'll just indulge me for a moment. While I do appreciate that the majority of Councilmember Sawant's comments, I will interpret as rhetorical. But on the one point, Councilmember, I certainly respect the right of the City Council to legislate. There's, if anyone can appreciate it as someone who's worked, half his career in the legislative department. But I would remind the council that the legislation and the form that it's taken here in this case is emergency legislation under Article 4 of the Charter. And as such legislation requires the concurrence of the mayor in order to be effectuated. So by definition, this particular approach to legislation requires a collaborative approach with the council and the mayor. Given that we were not consulted prior to the bill's drafting and formal introduction, nor any city departments being consulted prior to introduction, I have to take issue with the reference that I'm not challenging the right of the council to legislate. The council certainly has the right to legislate, but this particular vehicle that has been offered is one that clearly states in Article 4 that needs the mayor's concurrence in order to be effectuated. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record, as I did not hear Council Central staff or the chair speak to the emergency ordinance nature of this bill at the front of this meeting. So thank you.
All right, thank you. We have one final question for this panel from Councilmember Morales. At that point, I may have a final closing question, but Councilmember Morales, the floor is yours.
I'm happy to ask my question. I did think that I heard Councilmember Gonzalez have a question, so I will defer to her first since I've had a chance.
Councilmember Gonzalez has withdrawn her question.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have at least 3 pages worth of questions, and so in the interest of time, I'm gonna forego going through my deposition outline at this time, and I'll yield my time to you, Councilmember Morales.
Fair enough. Okay. So I'm also troubled by what I'm hearing from about sort of the criminality and the conversation around acknowledging that the drug trafficking, the other problems that are happening in some of these encampments aren't actually happening. They're problems that are being brought in, and that is still being used as an excuse to remove the entire encampment. This bill does nothing to interfere with the police department's ability to, engage in the daily sort of activity that they need to do to identify the individuals who are perpetrating whatever they might be perpetrating. But that is different from saying that is a reason to remove people entirely, especially if you know that the people themselves, who, by the way, that is where they are living, are not engaged in the activity. So I'm sure we will be following up on that. But I do have another question, which is, and I didn't hear the answer, although I've heard it asked a couple of times. I want to know how many COVID cases we have identified or we know about, both in encampments and in congregate shelters. I'm also curious about what the plan is for distributing masks to people who are experiencing homelessness. And then the last question that I have is I feel like I asked this before and also didn't get an answer, is how the navigation team is tracking shelter referrals. So I'll leave those there and listen to what you have to say.
So I'll take the first on, and I'm sorry I must have missed this question. I would have answered it. So off today's report, we don't have a category for encampments that I can see, but I'll check on it and get back to the council on that. We have in shelters, there are to date a total of 27 shelters that have had at least one case and just one death. In supportive housing, we've 23 that have had at least one case and 5 deaths in that area. And that's total. So that's not reflective of current outbreak status, which we move somebody to we move a facility to a watch list if they've gone 2 weeks without another case. So I will ask, we have 46 total cases. And again, total cases in homelessness is 266. So there's 46 that's listed as isolated cases. And isolated cases, the catch-all for that either they might have been moving between a shelter and outside or someplace else, or they, we don't know where they were, or they could be in a car, I suppose. But anyway, I'll get that and get more details for you. But that's from today's report.
Okay, thank you so much. And Councilmember Morales, did you have a follow-up?
Well, the other question was how the navigation teams actually track shelter referrals and whether we have a plan, there's a plan to distribute masks to folks who are in encampments.
So Councilmember, let me start with, again, for the referrals that we've made into shelter since the beginning of March. We have been tracking all of those referrals, and as I said earlier, I can the referrals that have been accepted, I should say. As I said, I'm happy to provide that information to the committee for you to see. But again, I would also say, we are seeing right now in this period of time, 70% of referrals being accepted. That's up from 40% pre-COVID. And again, I think that's a reflection of the navigation team's very intensive efforts on the ground, not just in these encampment areas, but around the city. In terms of tracking, I would say that, the navigation team makes referrals into shelters and then coordinates their entry into that shelter. It's a shelter's responsibility, or the provider's responsibility, I should say, to enroll that individual in HMIS and then perform a COVID-19 screening. Again, assuming that these, again, based on the partnership we have with public health, if individuals are being engaged, if the navigation team is engaging individuals on the street who have presenting symptoms or have some other medical condition, or we have reason to believe, public health has reason to believe that they need medical attention or testing, that is something that public health is in the lead on and working with our team on as well. And then specifically on masks, we have purchased masks and supplies that we made available to service providers, including the navigation team for distribution. And I can send you, I believe we sent a press release about that a while ago. I'm happy to forward that to your office as well.
Thank you. So I have a couple of quick closing questions, and I would appreciate quick responses from the panelists. And I don't know, Deputy Mayor Sixkiller, if this is better for you or Deputy Mayor Fong, but as Deputy Mayor Fong outlined earlier, all of us are well aware of the posture of this legislation, that it is emergency legislation. If 7 of us vote for it and send it to the mayor, it requires the mayor's assent. Deputy Mayor Sixkiller or Deputy Mayor Fong, is there any pathway, given the amendments that have been introduced and given kind of the discussion today, where you can envision assent from the executive on this legislation? And if so, what kind of changes would the executive want to see?
Council member, I think I'll go ahead and take a stab at that. I mean, I've said a couple of times through the course of our spirited discussion this afternoon that fundamentally we simply don't believe that this particular issue with regard to encampment removals is something that should be legislated, and that we think that we are open to dialogue, as I've said a couple of times in this discussion, to look at a continuous improvement effort around our policies. At the same time, we've emphasized that some of the issues that have been raised are far beyond just the issue of encampment removal. Really speaks to a broader policy and strategy around our overall efforts around homelessness. And I commit to you on behalf of the executive that we welcome that conversation. And frankly, more than welcome, we're going to have that conversation. The truth is that as we go into this budget balancing process for 2020 and then for the biennium, homelessness is a significant issue that we will all engage around a policy discussion about. And we look forward to that. But we just don't think that this bill related to encampment removals is really the right vehicle or the correct approach so that we can have that more meaningful, broader policy discussion. So I'll just leave it at that.
All right, and I appreciate your candor on that, Deputy Mayor Fong. I don't have any other questions for the executive panel. It is 6 p.m. I really appreciate the patience of the folks on our next panel, and I think we're ready to transition, so I'm going to just call it at that. I want to thank Director Hayes, Deputy Mayor Sixkiller and Fong, and Chiefs Best and Scoggins for generously providing us with so much of their time this afternoon and early evening, and for coming before this committee. Thank you so much. I want to move on now to our next panel. And I do apologize to the members of this panel that we are starting later than we expected, given that we had very long public comment earlier, and there were a lot of questions for our executive stakeholders who were raising a lot of issues that, it was good that we were able to have that frank exchange and have our questions answered and get responses. But now we can move forward to a panel of folks who are here to provide a wide-ranging diversity of community and service provider perspectives on this legislation. So I want to welcome Jessica Kwon from the Evergreen Treatment Services REACH. I want to welcome Alison Eisinger, Executive Director of the Seattle-King County Coalition on Homelessness, Tara Moss from the Public Defender Association, Elizabeth Aggie from the International Community Health Services, Esther Lucero, the CEO of the Seattle Indian Health Board, and from the Pioneer Square BIA, Lisa Howard. So thank you so much, everybody, for sticking around. I apologize that we're starting probably an hour and a half later than I thought we would begin this panel, but thank you for your patience. I'll call folks out one by one for their comments like I did with the executive panel. Again, if we could try to keep the balance of time for answering questions. I know my colleagues and I have a lot of questions and really look forward to your responses. So why don't we start out in the order that I introduced the panel. Jessica Kwon, if you would like to go first.
Hi, yes, so I was wondering how much time I had. Just curious.
If about a minute and a half to 2 minutes. But I'm not going to be a stickler for it if you got to go over a little. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So displacing people without a place to go is harmful for the entire community. I was at both encampments removals in the CID last week and outreach for weeks ahead of time while outreaching with the navigation team, city navigators during the week leading up. I was able to give warm handoffs to refer people into the shelters available, and I respect how much effort and care they put into their work, but it is no secret that there are not enough resources that fit the needs of the people living outside. The shelter resources available do not match the need of the people. At the 8th and King encampment, there was a couple where one of them has pseudo-epilepsy and they were both displaced due to there not being a co-ed shelter bed available. At the 12th and Weller encampment, lots of people wanted to get into the navigation center, but there were not enough beds for all of them. We know what resources work because the people ask for them. Having shelters available that people don't want is a waste of resources. When encampments are scheduled to move and when there are not enough of the right resources, they either move to another part of the community or another community, which is why this is happening all over Seattle. People do not have a safe place to go or a way to move their stuff. This is not a constructive or effective way of offering resources, moving people to safe spaces, collaborating with providers, or prioritizing the health of the entire community. From my own personal experience on outreach, from my own professional experience on outreach, I know that people will proactively move to motels and enhanced shelters. Many people ask me to get them into the navigation center, the bridge, or tiny homes. I'm with people who are forced to make a choice between their free will and privacy or a roof over their heads. The people that I work with want resources, but there aren't enough resources where they don't have to sleep on mats on the floor and where they are able to keep their privacy, dignity, and autonomy. The process of helping our communities needs to be trauma-informed with, again, the right resources. In addition, policies in place should be clear to all parties, especially to people whose lives are affected the most during these removals, which are the people living on the streets. When the stay-in-place order first happened and providers were told about how the removals would stop unless it was deemed a hazard, I made it a responsibility to inform people living on the streets of these policies and COVID-19 safety protocols so they can have information about the environments that they are living in. Lots of people found it helpful and took action, cleaning their spaces, having their belongings out of the sidewalks, not having large fires, and trying their best not to have large fires, not setting up near building entrances, exits, or freeway ramps. Everyone I talked to appreciated the information, and I saw them encouraging others to do the same. I let them know their right to ask SPD for social workers or city navigators for resources or shelters, which a lot of people don't know that they are able to do. I gave them trash bags and helped problem solve when their tents were too big for their sidewalks. I was also told that before a removal will happen, the navigation team will speak with individuals and problem solve with them first before removing the entire encampment. When the removals were posted, providers were given minimal to no notice of them. My clients and people living outside asked me why they were getting removed, and I could not get them a specific reason. Then the removals would happen and people would be displaced, relocating to different areas of the community. Then this repeats. This was happening before COVID and it's happening during COVID, and I still have yet to find most of my clients. During a removal, I'm sure you know, a time limit is given for people to pack their stuff. They're figuring out where to go. They haven't eaten or drank water in the morning, so it's very stressful to wake up to. There's loud machinery going on. People are watching them with media around and very high SPD presence. It's very dehumanizing. People are also told to wait, so the people living in the encampments are also told to wait until the time of the removal to see if there will be openings for shelters that they are wanting. When the removal happens, like I just illustrated, it is a very intense environment and not trauma-informed. Yet people are told to wait until the moment to see if the shelter bed that they are wanting is available. It's hard for people living on the street to have access to the internet or news, so I became one of the sources to get them information about COVID-19, what's going on with the pandemic, and policy changes. If providers do not have accurate information or is changing often without notice, this contributes to a break in care and rapport, an increase in trauma, stress, frustration, and confusion to all parties, especially to people who's impacting their lives the most, the people on the street. When we help people experiencing homelessness by offering them resources that they are wanting, treat and make them feel like they are an equal in our society and give them dignity of being human, this positively impacts our businesses, neighborhoods, and the entire community. Sorry if I spoke fast.
Thank you so much. That was great. I really appreciate you being here, and I really appreciate you sharing that. I do just want to remind fellow council members, if you could hold your questions until the entire panel has presented. similar to the format of the last panel. So Jessica, thank you so much. Our next presenter is Alison Eisinger. Alison, take it away, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis, and good evening, everyone. I'm going to read as quickly as I can some prepared remarks. I want to also say that in preparation for this testimony, I did ask a number of people to share their perspectives, outreach staff and healthcare providers. And if there's time, I'm happy to share some of those extremely important firsthand accounts with you. My name is Alison Eisinger, and I'm the director of the Seattle-King County Coalition on Homelessness. I'm a social worker. I'm also affiliate faculty at the University of Washington School of Public Health. Before I came to the coalition, I worked in the epidemiology planning and evaluation unit of the Public Health Department of Seattle and King County for nearly a decade. You may be surprised to hear me say this, but I do want people to move, even in a pandemic, only if it makes sense. And it only makes sense to move people under these extraordinary circumstances when that movement is managed thoughtfully and planned and carried out in a way that supports that person getting into a safer and better housing or shelter option. Unfortunately, that is rarely what is taking place. I want to point out that it is not true that this legislation would cause people to camp everywhere. People are camping all over public spaces in our community because of a simple fact. Our shelters are full. They were full before COVID-19, and we don't have enough housing or a plan to respond to the immediate unmet needs of thousands of people. And under these critical circumstances, that has to change. This conversation isn't about whether or not homelessness is itself a public health crisis, which it is. COVID-19 is a public health crisis. That's well established in our community. At least it's not in dispute here as it is in some other communities. And so I want to set aside the fact that while we may indeed disagree on certain underlying policies and practices that the city has undertaken, we need to focus on the best practices to prevent, mitigate, and respond to the coronavirus. The question that no one has answered to date is why can't our city bring additional resources to bear to solve this critical public health situation for people who are unsheltered and for the people who are housed and who work in those communities. If there was ever a time to bring appropriate outreach and engagement and emergency housing resources to bear to keep people who are at high risk of illness and death safer, it is now in a crisis. In this moment, common sense has to prevail over politics. Yes, a tremendous amount of work has been done, important work, and in many cases, good work, and it's continuing. But yes, fewer than 100 new spaces of any type have been created, and overall, we have lost capacity in our shelter system. I'm happy to walk council members and executive staff through that analysis at some other time. Responding to the COVID-19 outbreak shouldn't be different than responding to any other contagious disease outbreak, with the exception of the fact that the specific nature of this new and highly communicable disease does mean that it is now and will continue for the foreseeable future to be extremely difficult to rely on congregate shelters as the primary means of sheltering people in our community, especially those people who are highly vulnerable to COVID-19. As a matter of public health and public policy, it's a terrible idea to move people around, to make it harder for them to access services or stay connected to services, to deprive them of their personal possessions and their medicine, to expose them to the elements and to predators, and to generally criminalize their existence. Those things all make it worse for the people who are on the ground, whether they are lucky enough to have homes or whether they do not have homes. And these practices create impossible conditions for people who live and work in the neighborhood. Again, those who live there with shelter or homes and those without. The actions that we're talking about are profoundly counterproductive and ill-considered. They are also, in my opinion, ill-informed by the basic understanding of communicable disease and public health practices. In fact, what the city is continuing to do makes it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to take the actions that are necessary from a public health perspective to assess each individual person's health and health risks, to connect them to healthcare and other services, and keep them connected to the services they are connected to encourage people to seek care and agree to testing, to agree to go to isolation and quarantine if that is warranted, and to participate in contact tracing, which is a crucial element, whether we're talking about HIV/AIDS, hepatitis A, or COVID-19. By continuing to displace people and disrupt their lives, the city is harming people and damaging trust and undermining people's sense that there can be respectful and useful help at hand. It unnecessarily risks exposing people, first responders, city employees, frontline workers, outreach staff, homeless people, and housed people. The city's current approach is failing as public policy. It's failing to respond effectively to community and neighborhood concerns. It's failing in the core responsibility of government to help people in a crisis in ways that they are not able to help themselves. And it is making our work ahead more difficult. I want to just mention to you, in response to some of the questions that council members have asked, that today I received notice from an outreach worker who is a health professional that they had tested a client camped outside on Weller Street for COVID. And the test came back negative, but they have been unable to locate that person to report the news. They've been finding people who were swept, who are now in greater health crisis than before, who are still unable to find anywhere to stay. And just finally, I want to tell you about a story that an outreach worker called to tell me this morning, because I had asked if they knew anything about the people who were swept last week. And this outreach worker reported to me that for 2 years, he had been working with a young African-American person under 21 years of age. For 2 years, he'd been doing outreach with this person. Through his own changes in jobs, he had lost contact with this young person, but found them again at Weller Street, spent many hours working with them to get their paperwork in order, to apply for housing, met with the housing case manager in the tent on Weller Street. And this young person's housing appointment was last Friday. This outreach worker went at 8 o'clock in the morning on Thursday to try to find his client. Having discussed the fact that the sweep was coming, the client had said that he would hang on as long as he could. And the outreach worker has been unable to find his client. He's asked the housing provider to try to hold the space while he tries to find this young person. And what I think is that this city can do a whole lot better than we are currently doing for that young person and for the outreach worker and for all of us who surely understand that if we can agree on the rhetoric that we all really want to get to the same solution and house people and keep them safe always, especially in the middle of a public health emergency, then we have to do things differently. Thank you.
Alison, thank you so much for your comments. I want to move on to our next panelist, Tara Moss from the Public Defender Association. Tara, take it away.
My name is Tara, by the way.
No, I'm so sorry.
I actually get to be able to clarify, so I appreciate this.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, proceed.
I just want to thank you all for allowing us the time to talk and staying late to hear the stories and the firsthand perspectives. Especially, I appreciated, I believe even Chief Best called our outreach workers and service providers essential workers, and they so very much are during this time. They're going out on the streets when so many of us are staying at home because they care so much about their clients and what's happening to them. I would say that we believe that, and we agree with people within the community, that we can't just leave people out there on the streets. We can't leave vulnerable folks without supportive systems, help, and a safe place to go. The crime that people are talking about, the concerns that business owners have and other neighbors have are real. those same concerns exist even with those who are existing in tent encampments. So it's really important that it is clear that we can't just leave individuals out there. At the same time, just moving individuals without a plan that others have talked about more explicitly is also a concern, and we agree that we can't do that either. What we also need to recognize that there aren't that many resources, especially right now, for clients to go to. People need help, they need strategies about what to do, and they need the support that they have become used to if they've been privileged enough to access that. What we have found within co-lead and lead, that using hotels with low occupancy rates and intensive case management has been effective. It has allowed people to stabilize, it has reduced drug use, it has allowed for more access to sanitation facilities, and they get their basic needs met. I heard a lot of individuals in other tiny homes talk about the stability that they have and their concern about that stability being shaken with their moves. So we have really found that for low-level drug users, people with low-level mental health services really benefit from being in hotels and being stabilized. We have also found that the harm reduction-based services and individual-based services really has created effective stabilization for this population, as well as once those individuals are in those hotels, constant staffing and support and coordination within those hotels. But there is something that I really want to take a moment to highlight, and that's something that I've heard from business owners in the larger community around the populations that they're most concerned about in tent encampments. And that is people who are displaying more concerning behavior or are increased threats of safety. I will say that the service provisions we have right now don't meet those needs, especially for individuals who are struggling with high acuity mental health needs. So there is an aspect with co-lead, with REACH, with all the other service provisions out there that we don't have a service provision for that population that business owners and community members and people who are living in tent encampments are the most concerned about. And I believe that there could be a package in place to address those needs, but that needs to be intentional. Otherwise, if people are relocated to other places, they're probably the least likely to go into shelter and for that issue to be resolved, and will move into other locations and still be a concern to the community as a whole. I just want to thank the council for your efforts and are oriented about not abandoning people outside, and you're trying to provide meaningful relief for these individuals that actually meets those needs and the concerns for those who are living outside, as well as the community as a whole. We really do need a third path, not just removing individuals, but also not leaving people where they are at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, and Elizabeth, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I'm so sorry. Is it, well, why don't you tell me? From the International Community Health Services.
All right. Is my audio and video working?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, fantastic. I had no idea if it was going to work because it's been on mute for the last 4 hours. So thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is Liz Adji.
Great.
I'm here representing International Community Health Services. I apologize for anybody who was hoping Teresita Batayola, our CEO, was going to be here. So ICHS wants everyone to have a safe and healthy place to stay during this pandemic and beyond. However, we oppose limiting the ability to remove or relocate the unsanctioned encampments. Due to COVID-19's ability to infect through community spread, the encampments in the Chinatown International District were detrimental to the health of encampment residents and to our vulnerable residents, especially to the elderly who make up 40% of the neighborhood. COVID-19 demands acts such as social distancing, masking, hand washing, and frequent disinfection of surfaces as the most effective infection prevention measures. Under normal circumstances, encampments may not be the safest or healthiest living environments, but mere physical proximity is not in and of itself a risk factor for other communicable diseases. The difference with COVID-19 is that there is no vaccine or cure at this time for a highly transmissible virus by both symptomatic and asymptomatic infected persons. And even when those treatments finally exist, the wide availability to low-income populations will take time to disseminate. Residents of the Chinatown International District are in a frail community that is struggling to lift itself up in normal times, and they have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. This has been going on for longer than most other areas of Seattle due to increasing racism and xenophobia experienced by the neighborhood. And the Chinatown and International District and Little Saigon community members and organizations have worked together to support the low-income residents, especially the elderly. We have also worked to assist in educating and protecting the community against the spread of COVID-19. The small family restaurants and businesses that populate our neighborhood are struggling to come back and need to assure the public that the community is a safe and healthy place for customers. And we hope the city will work to provide everyone with the safe shelter or substance use treatment that they need. But during COVID-19, unsanctioned encampments in communities like the Chinatown International District and Little Saigon are harmful to the public health of everyone. Thank you.
Liz, thank you so much for your presentation. So Esther Lucero, take it away. Floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis and members of the council just generally. I'm really pleased to be here, and I want to thank you for giving me some of your time. So let me just start off by saying that we are absolutely against the dehumanizing impact of the sweeps for the encampments. I want to say that very clearly. And I also want you to know that I'm going to share a perspective with you that comes from experiencing two of the encampments that have been raised several times throughout public comment and also within both panels. And that is on 12th Street in Weller, which is in Councilmember Sawant's district. And also this actually predated you, Councilmember Morales, but the encampment that was located between Dearborn and Lane Street, right below our clinic. I share the same sentiments as everybody else. Like ideally we'd have everybody in hotels, right, with their own bathrooms and being able to maintain the level of hygiene necessary in order to reduce the infection rates. You know, obviously we're a healthcare provider. We've taken an active approach in addressing the needs to respond to COVID in many very innovative ways. And I'm very proud of our team for that. And that's why I'm wondering why we're not working together, right? The mayor's office and also council working together to implement innovative approaches. So what I'm hearing is that we don't have enough hotels, that the shelter beds aren't always as appealing to folks who are living in these encampments. And those things are all understandable. Why aren't we trying to do some of the things that we've seen in New York? Like, why aren't we repurposing stadiums, for example, to create safe social distance encampments that actually have resources like showers and wash stations and those types of things? That's the type of creative thinking I'd like to see. It is one thing to say, oh, we should tax Amazon, and it's another to have relationships within the businesses within your district to be able to work with them to repurpose places that are not being used right now because we're actually in more of a shutdown mode, right? So we could like repurpose parking lots and those types of things. And I want to hear that type of creative thinking and not just limited to this idea that, oh yeah, if we had more resources, we could make this happen. The truth is, as Native people, one of the things that we do really well is we come together as a community and we share resources and we work together to make things happen, you know? And I'm going to tell you something. My tribe is Navajo Nation. And Navajo Nation is really struggling. You want to know why? Because we don't have access to water. And we don't have access to water, and that limits our ability to be able to maintain hygiene standards to reduce the infection, right? Water, hygiene, PPE. Does that sound familiar to you? That sounds a lot to me like what we've experienced in 12th and Weller. And this idea that somehow these people who are engaging in criminal activity aren't living in the encampments is absolutely ridiculous. Let me paint a little picture to you of what it looked like for us when we had the encampment between Dearborn and Lane Street. We actually stopped 3 rapes, right? 3 rapes. Our staff stopped 3 rapes. We provided sharps containers. We had machetes pulled on us. We have staff members who have feces thrown on them and spit out. You know, we're offering services every single day, and every chance we get to get people into shelter and hotels, our homeless investments team do that. Our providers do that. We've had a lot of those successes that Alison just shared. I want you to know we've had a lot of successes, and the challenges are very difficult. We during that time when that encampment was there, we had overdoses at least once a week in our bathrooms. Our medical team saved people's lives. That's what it looked like, right? The encampment on 12th and Weller, we watched drug deals happen. There were several shootings. There were several shootings on Dearborn. We witnessed those. We stopped them. We tried to offer services. We tried to get people resources that they need. That's what it looked like. We've had our building broken into 4 times. We've had to invest $200,000 in increased security. We've had to do repairs. We've had to add hazardous waste cleanup twice a day, right? We've had to do all of those things with no investment from the city or the county in really supporting us with those efforts. And so what happens is that burden is transferred on to organizations like ours, which we're happy to hold because these are people we love, they're our relatives, that we serve them. And when they allow us to serve them, we do it well. But we're not getting any help. The other thing I'm seeing is that our capacity for support services, like the mobile wash stations or the mobile showers and those types of things, are really limited. I think King County is doing the best they can, but there is no coordinated effort, with co-lead, and no coordinated effort with reach. Everybody is doing this work independently, and we're not doing it together. And so we're left with scarcity of resources and no effort together to solve these problems. So that's where I'm coming from. And instead of defunding the navigation team, what I'd like to see is I'd like to see that navigation team repurposed and to truly pilot a community policing model. A real community policing model is grounded in behavioral health. That is very different than what we're doing. It sounds a lot like what we're trying to do through co-lead, but why don't we do it together? It's still going to take resources to make that happen. And still, we are going to have to address that criminal activity as well. And so I want to be very clear that it isn't black and white. It isn't one or the other. We have to address the entire problem. And yes, I'm leaning on you. You all are brilliant lawyers and policy folks, and you can solve a complex problem as a collective. You can. I can give you ideas, but you have the power, you have the authority, you have the resources. And that is why I'm grateful to just have this time right now to share that with you. And I want you to know we're good neighbors. We're doing our part. We're doing our part. So thank you.
Thank you so much, and we look forward to taking advantage of your expertise when we flip the script in a moment here and start asking questions. Before that, we do have one last presenter, Lisa Howard from a BIA in my district in Pioneer Square and Councilmember Morales' district. So Lisa, take it away.
Okay. Thanks for having me. So as Councilmember Lewis said, my name is Lisa Howard, and I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Pioneer Square. I wanted to share some contextual information about Pioneer Square, specifically experiences of the residents and the small business owners, and the impact of the large unsanctioned encampment is having on the neighborhood right now. I know you're all familiar with Pioneer Square, but I want to share some information you may not have heard. Pioneer Square was a complex environment before COVID-19 hit the city, and it's even more true today. We have a relatively low residential population compared to other neighborhoods, with an estimated 3,000 residents, about 60% of whom are at or below 30% AMI. In addition, we have many human service providers in the district serving between 1,500 and 2,000 individuals in emergency or long-term shelter, the variance due to seasonality. Many providers like DESC serve people with the most complex cases. In addition, over 850 businesses in Pioneer Square call Pioneer Square home, with over 200 of those at retail level. I'm hearing daily from constituents about the crisis on our streets. To be explicit, the residents and businesses of Pioneer Square have coexisted with people experiencing homelessness far longer than you or I. Most are solutions oriented and want people matched with the resources that they need. The major concerns right now center around our ability to separate and remove dangerous criminal behavior from those experiencing homelessness and living on the street in these large encampments. Some of the things I've heard regarding the current environment: there's been 3 instances of shots fired. It's been reported there's observed sex trafficking reported by a number of individuals, human feces on the streets and surrounding area due to the lack of hygiene centers and bathroom availability. The surrounding services have reported additional challenges due to the negative and criminal activity affecting their daily operations, including fighting and violence in the line for service access, lack of social distancing, especially at the fountain on Prefontaine, and an inability to allow those in programs to access outdoor space due to the lack of social distancing. A resident had emailed in and reported she was going on her daily walk, and a person from the encampment ran up to her, screamed COVID in her face, then proceeded to cough on her. She also observed a gentleman passed out in a wheelchair in the middle of 2nd Avenue Extension, almost hit by 3 cars until she went out there and moved him herself. Businesses are also feeling an acute impact right now. A business directly up the street from this encampment about 2 months ago had extensive damage throughout his store as it was ransacked by someone with extensive criminal history with a 4-foot tree limb. Currently, the owner is trying to navigate reopening and has 2 tents adjacent to his front door. He's had over $900 worth of damage done to his front door from an attempted burglary, and he's been told repeatedly that there's no options for him to remove the individuals in front of his business. The second business has also been facing extreme hardship, especially during the pandemic. He was burglarized in late March with both equipment and food stolen from his brick and mortar location and his food truck parked on site. He's reported that campers have been defecating in his front doorway daily, and he has sent us numerous videos of individuals reaching into the restaurant stealing items, including generator and food. This neighborhood is special because we are welcoming to all, but it's off balance. Things aren't working. Vulnerable small businesses are trying to navigate new business models, all while having to navigate an unsafe environment. The intensity of the impact of unsanctioned encampment is such that it has negatively impacted our ability to function in almost every aspect, and the people on the street aren't getting the help that they need. Public safety concerns are real and worth your attention. This challenge has unnecessarily escalated to crisis level. We needed interventions months ago, and we're asking for cooperation within the various arms of government now. Ignoring the severity of the encampment on 2nd Avenue Extension is wrong and sends a message that everyone loses here. Removing tools is not the answer to this complex problem, and we have to do better moving forward. It would be significantly easier if we were solving for one population or one problem, but we aren't. Thank you for having me today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Lisa, thank you so much for joining us. So now I'm going to open it up to questions from council members. And questions at this point can be posed for any member of the panel. So who wants to go first? Councilmember Herbold, and then Councilmember Mosqueda.
Thank you. Not a question, but just a recognition of the work that Jessica Kwon has been doing, as she described it, really conforms with the vision that I've held for a very, very long time for the kind of work that the navigation team should be doing. They should be informing encampment residents of what the expectations are and working with them to provide them the technical assistance and the resources to meet the expectations. And I really appreciate that she has been initiating that approach to her work, and I'm sorrowful that the information that you have provided encampment residents that you engage with about the city's cessation of encampment removals might have resulted in a lack of not a lack of trust, but a failing of trust with the people that you're working to create relationships with, when the city did not really hold to its commitment to seize encampment removals. So again, I really look forward to working more closely with folks like you who are on the ground, who know what kind of inducements and enticements and the resources that people need to sort of adhere to the rules of the road once we have an agreement on what those rules are.
Thank you. And Councilmember Herbold, before moving on to the next question, I did just want to say that I believe that Esther Lucero has another comment that she wanted to make from her presentation. And Esther, if you want to do that now, that might be the best time to do it.
And Councilmember Lewis, could you add me to the list?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. I got so fired up that I forgot to mention what it is I'd like to see the navigation team do. And that is, in order to address the gaps in capacity, is we really want to see MOUs truly established with community organizations like ours. If we all work together as a collective effort and there's a coordinated way to do that, we're going to be more successful. I'll tell you, we haven't had that. We don't have an MOU with SPD. We don't have it with the navigation team. We don't have it with REACH. We don't have it with King County. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. A true community policing model leverages the community strengths in order to support the needs. The other thing I wanted to point out is that the two sweeps that I spoke about, neither of them would have actually been protected through this bill. So let's be very clear about that, because of the criminal activity that was that is defined through the clerk file.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mosqueda is the next person on my list to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I want to thank the second panel here for your participation and for your engagement with us on this long discussion today. I think that the speaker from the BIA, Ms. Howard, thank you for sharing your comment, especially noting that you needed cooperation months ago. And I agree. I think that there's a lot more that we could have done months ago, and in an effort to be more coordinated. I think that's very fair criticism of the city as a whole. And I also agree with Ms. Lucero. Thank you, as always, for your presentation and your powerful words and your directive to us to work through a more coordinated approach. I think folks are expressing a level of frustration that we are in this position, and I think it's not fair. It's not fair to organizations that provide health services on the ground level that you are having to shoulder the brunt of this. It's not fair to the small businesses that are being asked to get ready to consider opening and having folks potentially living outside on their doorstep. And it's not fair to the individuals who've been living unsheltered to not have the sanitation and health services that they need in order to actually be healthy and to get off the street and out of harm's way. As folks are saying, there's a lot of folks who are out there who are just trying to survive, and there's other folks out there that we know through the co-lead model are capitalizing on people living outside, and we have got to stop that. So on all fronts, I agree with the comments that were made. I also think that your plea to us to do this through a more resource-driven approach is well received. As you heard me say on the previous panel, I've been trying to get additional resources for individual rooms, and I've been run into a number of obstacles. And I think that your panel today has helped to illuminate why it is so critical that we potentially use that resource that's at our fingertips, ready to go, that has the side benefit of helping some small hotels who could get, $75, $95 for a room, that could also help keep them afloat for a while. But it's really critical that we have the right staffing capacity to get folks into those safe places, and then to use co-lead for the individuals who are truly problematic or creating safety concerns. I think that type of coordinated approach that so clearly was described by Ms. Moss and Ms. Kwon, I think are really, that is a very helpful directive for us today. So I do hear you, and I just want to double check. If anybody has any additional comments about either additional motel or hotel rooms being an opportunity, you heard Director Hayes talk about potentially a large tent as some strategies she's seen in other cities. As we think about safe places for people to be and recognizing that the congregate settings, counter to what we heard earlier, are actually creating public health risk, and wanting people to have a safe place since we don't have the appropriate housing right now. If you have other thoughts about what type of housing alternatives you'd like to see us collaboratively work on, would be really helpful. And I'll stop there.
Who wants to take on that question first?
I'll speak to it briefly, Councilmember Mosqueda. I think, you and I have spoken, and there aren't really too many variations on the theme of ensuring that we have safer places for people to be. But I think the lesson of COVID is we need all of the options before us. And to Esther's point, we need to take a coordinated, collaborative approach to prioritizing folks and matching them well. One of the things that I think is most painful as I hear people who are outreach workers and healthcare professionals out in the field talk about the realities of trying to help people without shelter in this crisis, is that they know what people find helpful and useful. And that includes, depending on the person, hotel or motel rooms, a tiny house, enhanced or 24/7 shelter. There are a wide range of things that work well for people. We do not have enough of them. And the other thing that I think is really important for the council to understand is that right now, the navigation team is the gatekeeper for access to hundreds of available, safer places for people to be indoors. And that is not rational or effective deployment of our limited resources. I also think our colleges and universities need to be tapped. Dormitory rooms are a real option. And I think that it's appropriate to have some conversations about what it is going to take for smaller, more spread out congregate settings to work, and for whom. I think it's going to take additional resources. I know it's going to take additional staffing. It's also going to take additional physical new spaces for shelters to exist in. And I think other communities, including Los Angeles, have seized the opportunity to say we can both support locally owned hotel and motel businesses, and we can give employment opportunities to people who have lost their jobs, and we can figure out ways to scale up and prioritize people that mean that we are making progress every single week. In Los Angeles, Homelessness Authority, their central authority, just announced that they are going to attempt to create 15,000 hotel and motel rooms. And that is, as I understand it, over and above the 15,000 spaces that Governor Newsom pledged statewide in California. So I think there is a lot more that we can do, and we need to do it fast because we're lucky with the weather right now, and that's not going to last.
Alison, thank you for that. I have a related question I want to ask really quickly, and then we have Councilmember Sawant and then Councilmember Herbold, and anyone else that wants to get in the queue, do please text or email. And I want to direct this, it's related, so I'm going to ask it now, but I want to direct it to Jessica, who talked earlier about some of her outreach work and the offering of placements. And I just want to ask Jessica, in her personal experience, because I've heard this anecdotally, but I want to ask someone who's been in the field. I've heard that like the tiny house placements in particular are very desirable placements from folks that receive offers of shelter over traditional congregate shelters. Obviously, there's there's evidence too from the Defender Association and others about hotel room placements being very desirable. But I wanted to ask, in your experience, Jessica, on a related question while we're talking about kind of different shelter offerings, just from your experience, what folks who you do outreach with relay as a feedback loop to you the kinds of shelter they're interested in?
Well, before hotels were an option, the tiny, like right away, tiny homes, navigation center, the bridge. Now hotels and motels is just like that high up, like golden ticket. Like people would love that, and yeah, people ask for that, and all the time, everybody. And what I have to tell them is it's very minimal, it's very scarce. There is none today, there's one today, or there's two today. And what happens, but when more tiny houses came online at the navigation staircase removal, that was I feel like a lot of people took those right away, and I wouldn't be surprised if data showed that a lot of people accept the referrals because a lot of the beds that were available were tiny homes. But after about a week or two, like all the new tiny homes were filled, and I would say probably sooner than that. These shelter beds are distributed amongst everybody in Seattle and between all providers. And I would, and just for information purposes, I suggest that all council members look into what the shelter process is actually like, and how smooth or unsmooth that actually goes, and how those shelter beds are allocated to people who want them, because it is could be better, a lot better.
Okay, Jessica, thank you for answering that question. Councilmember Sawant, your question.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. My questions are, as I had said before, about specifics, and I actually appreciate some of the speakers in this panel already giving some specifics, but I wanted to see if we can get more information on that, and also if we can make a request from my questions are specifically directed to Jessica Kwon and Alison Eisinger and Tara Moss, and also they could send us some of the information that they articulated verbally, if there's something in writing that they can send to the council as well, so that we can look it over carefully. I really appreciate Alison and others saying that we need all the options to be made available, including hotel and motel rooms, permanent supportive housing, tiny house villages, because it is a pandemic. And we have to put human beings and human lives first. I mean, we always have to do that, but especially now. But my questions were, again, I'd asked these questions at the previous panel, but I think Jessica and Alison and Tara are in a much better position to answer these questions. We heard from the mayor's representatives that, and I believe this is almost exactly a quote, it's each removal was preceded by weeks of engagement and shelter referrals. If you could let us know from your experience, what is it that the homeless neighbors experienced in terms of what kind of engagement and what kind of referrals? Because we keep hearing this generic statement that, well, those who accepted what we offered, we know about them, implying that the good offers were made, but the others didn't accept it for strange reasons that are incomprehensible to those of us who are housed. And I think it's really important what Jessica said, that and also Tara, that it's important that what's offered is is congruent to what people are actually looking for, because these are human beings. So if you can give us some details, and also this is a question I asked the earlier panel: where have the residents of the recent sweeps gone? Is Reach able to track that? I know you have limited resources. And what has happened after many of these sweeps? And I don't want you to restrict your answers just to what's happening during the pandemic, but in general, because you all have been on the ground for years on this. Overall, what is your assessment of what has happened after each sweep? What has happened after the jungle sweep, for example? Just similar to what SPD Chief Best is describing now, motivated by sort of all these concerns about crime, which of course I share, but then what happened to the homeless neighbors? What do we know and what do we not know about the people who were swept. And then I would just, in addition to those questions, I would just note that it is quite unfortunate that we've had 2 panels, but there is not one person who has actually experienced a sweep, a homeless neighbor who has experienced a sweep on either of the panels. We have a representative of the business improvement area. We had representatives from the mayor's office, but nobody from Real Change, Nicholsville, Lehigh, or Tiny House Village residents. I don't think, business owners are free to talk about how it affects them, but I don't think they are the people to be asked to talk about what homeless people need. So I just wanted to note that I think this discussion would have been better informed by somebody who's actually experienced the sweeps and what their view is. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Alison, do you want to respond to that question first?
Well, I heard several questions from Councilmember Sawant, and I will maybe try to say what I can speak to, and obviously Jessica has the most direct professional experience. As I said, I did ask a number of healthcare professionals and outreach workers in preparation for this evening to tell me what they knew. And I shared some of the experiences with you, and I think the reality is, as I hope every council member understands, there are people who have been swept multiple times, whose lives have been disrupted multiple times, not made better. And I venture to say that at the heart of this is understanding what it takes to do the kind of skilled outreach work at the level of the REACH team or the DESC team that specializes in serving people with particularly serious mental health disorders, is time, trust, relationship, and skill. And of course, the resources to offer people. I mean, it's not new to offer people without shelter a hotel room. What's new is that there is now a public health crisis that, as Councilmember Mosqueda said, allows for, at the moment, 75% of the cost of hotel rooms to be covered for a large proportion of people through FEMA dollars. What's new is that people are understanding the extent to which it is possible to both help respond to the kinds of concerns that Lisa Howard described and that Esther Lucero described, and respond to the needs of people who are homeless by actually giving people somewhere stable and better to be. And there a number of the executive directors of my member organizations observed to me that what their staff repeatedly tell them, their staff who provide skilled outreach in the community, is that many of the people they are interacting with have been repeatedly traumatized. And it becomes more difficult to engage with those folks. It becomes more difficult to persuade people that there is something useful that staff have to offer. So where people go, it's sometimes one of the people who responded to me said that this is a master's level nurse who's part of a team, told me that they had found people who had just gone deeper and deeper into the woods. They had lost their medication in the last sweep, and so therefore there was somebody with diabetes who was not getting insulin. And what happens is not good, but it doesn't have to be that way. So I just want to, I'm sorry, Councilmember Sawant, if I didn't retain all of the questions that you grouped together, but I think that we can talk a lot about the harm that's being done, and I feel sadly as though we have done that with little result. And what I would like to hope that we can do in the time that we continue to have this lengthy meeting is to identify ways that the council can ensure that that we're not depriving Seattle residents of a safer place to be, but instead listening to what they are already telling us and saying, how are we going to make that happen? I thought Esther's point was a fantastic one. We have creative, problem-solving people throughout city government and throughout community-based organizations, we can and should do a lot to make things better, and that will help the people who live and work in Pioneer Square, in the Chinatown International District, and all over this community. And instead, the effect is that essentially, while focusing on some things that are important, we have not seen any focused, resourced response that draws on the community knowledge that would actually respond to the complaints that you are hearing, whether they're from business owners, community residents, or people who are themselves homeless. So I'd love to talk about that.
Alison, thank you for that response. And Jessica, did you want to jump in on Councilmember Swan's question as well? Because I know that Councilmember Swan did address some of those questions to you.
Yeah, definitely. So the reason why people want, for instance, the bridge, the tiny house, or motels or hotels, of course, is because people have their free will and their privacy, and people have their own space. It's really hard for people to go into shelters with a lot of people in a tight space because of PTSD, because of past trauma that they've had. And most shelters, all shelters, have no to like part-time mental health or substance use support besides the navigation center. And the reason why people want navigation center is because it's low barrier and they don't get criminalized for their substance use. And that's why I hear from a lot of people why they want the nav, is because they aren't going to get criminalized from their substance use. A lot of people that camp out there is because they're hoping to get referrals into the nav center. Also, the nav center, they're really flexible about moving beds and moving people if they're in a relationship and if they're a couple. And so couples can stay together at the navigation center. Couples can stay together at the bridge. Couples can stay together at tiny houses, and pets are allowed, and motels, of course, and hotels. And so the other shelters, it's either mats on the floor, tight space, lots of people, not enough substance use or mental health services, or no mental health or substance use resources. City Hall, and there's a lot of shelters who it's just for overnight. You have to be there at a certain time. You have to wait in line for an hour or more to get in. And there's possibility where there won't be enough beds. And that's actually what happened to someone who called me yesterday. He did not make it to City Hall because there were not enough available beds. And so, no, this was 2 days ago. He got out of quarantine, tried to go to City Hall to sleep there, and they were all full. And so he called me saying that he has a job interview coming up. He would like a place where he could shower and do laundry. And so I told him, okay, well, the best I could do is put in a referral for a 24-hour shelter, but I don't know what beds are available, and I don't know if you're gonna get accepted, and you won't know until a few hours later. And so a few hours go by, he calls me, and I tell him, I still haven't heard yet, let me follow up with them, because the city navigators are the only people who are in control of, or the navigation team is the team in control of all 24-hour shelters and shelters. So all referrals from all providers in Seattle have to go through them first, and they dictate they have to figure out how to allocate them by need or by who comes first and all that stuff. And so the person at Reach, the point person, has to send a text to the city navigator saying, who is, have you heard anything back yet? And the city navigator has to also connect with the shelters, and then that process is a pain in the butt sometimes, and can't contact them and all that stuff. And so it's person to person, and finally I get a response back saying, and of course everyone's doing the best that they can because we all care. So I get a response back saying, sorry, there are no more 24-hour shelter beds left. And so I had to let them know and say, can you try to go to City Hall earlier tonight, try to stay there, please call me tomorrow morning, let's try it again. He calls me at 8:15 a.m. today. I put in a shelter bed right then and there, and I tell him, I won't know for a few hours, call me back at noon. He calls me at 12:30, and I still have not received the response. And I have to let him know I still don't know yet. And so this whole process for that person is traumatizing, it's frustrating. And for someone who's gone through this multiple times, it's kind of like throw my hands up in the air, and if there's mental health or substance use involved, it's throw my feet up in the air along with it. And like, screw this process, I'm going off the grid and doing my own thing because people clearly do not care. And so at 2 o'clock, I was informed that he did get into a 24-hour enhanced bed. And keep in mind, this is somebody who luckily and thankfully has a phone. On outreach, when I meet someone from 8 to 2 p.m., let's say, and I put in the shelter referral, and they don't have a phone, and I have no way to contact them, and they have to be there at the shelter by 4 p.m., and I have no way to reach them. And if I go back looking for them and they're not there, they miss a shelter bed referral. But that in the city, that's counted as accepted. And so it's very unfair. It's the way it's portrayed is very inaccurate. And when I go on outreach, a lot of people say, I have a couple, I have a dog, I have health issues, I can't be around a bunch of people. I want the nav, I want tiny homes and stuff. And most of the time I let them know, like, there's no beds today, or there's only 2 beds today and there's a clean tomorrow and there's probably going to be taken. Or I let them know there's 1 bed, but that's for the entire Seattle, and I could put in a referral for you, but it's highly, highly, highly unlikely that you're gonna get that bed. What are your other options? And they don't want to go to City Hall, and they don't want to go to just an overnight shelter. They want to go to a place where they could have a stable place to stay, work towards housing with the city navigator. Ideally, I don't know why this isn't happening yet, have more mental health and substance use support in those shelters that people are staying at, and for the shelter staff to have more support there too, because I know from shelter staff, it's really hard on them as well. So this whole process of getting out of housing, it's broken. You have to go through multiple people. All of us, all resources, everyone who's on here do not have enough support. So all case managers are packed full and still trying to give quality care, which is like, we're doing the best that we can with minimal resources. And it's not working. And it sucks that what is being spread out to people is not given an accurate picture of this process and the severity of it and how many people are out there. It's just high numbers, but the numbers who are in need are 5 times the amount higher, 10 times the amount higher. It's, we all would like to work together.
Can I ask a follow-up question real quick? I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your train of thought, but it sounds like what you're saying is we, from your outreach work, I mean, there's much more demand than supply.
Yes.
Yeah, and I really want to thank you for highlighting that, because I think that's at the crux of a lot of what we're struggling with as a council here. And I mean, your on-the-ground work is really instructive in driving that home. So.
And can I just add, Councilmember Lewis, that
yes,
the responses from Alison, but especially Jessica from the on-the-ground experience, is that exactly what I was looking for. And I'm sure I hope at least it was helpful to all council members, because I think there was a very concrete response about what is actually happening to the human beings and why is it that they end up not in shelters and the real situations that they face. And also, Jessica, I just wanted to say, I mean, overall, thank you so much for your testimonial, but especially for highlighting that these are human beings and that they do need privacy, and that privacy is a big consideration also in terms of what is actually going to work for them and what's not going to work for them.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very, very good points. So Councilmember Herbold is our next questioner. Councilmember Herbold.
May I jump in just for a quick second?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Lewis, I just want to bring in a little bit from Councilmember Swan and Councilmember Mosqueda's previous question. In terms of post sweeps, what we have found that often the people who are left behind, who are not accepting services or are not eligible for the services provided, are the people with the greatest barriers and the greatest challenges, whether it's their legal background or their mental health profile. I believe that Jessica did a really good job of talking about the enhanced services and support that's needed for those who I have expressed before, who have more of service needs. I want to also really appreciate that there have been business leaders who are starting to say, we just need a plan. If you give us a plan, we'll give you the time to execute the plan. And I really appreciated coordinating with them We have also been in, due to such coordination and conversations, Reach recently went out to Second Avenue Extension, and they did an extensive assessment about what's going on there, taking serious the community needs, the participants who are living within those streets, and tried to figure out who would be, in theory, the best match for what services. They found that there are a lot of people who would have been appropriate and are appropriate for co-lead, but having some mental health needs, but that we could serve, and substance use needs that we can serve in hotels. But there are individuals out there that exceed those needs, which kind of again highlights one of the aspects that Jessica was talking to. We do believe that this can be supported. These individuals I'm talking about that don't match the co-lead model or other models, kind of the DESC host-like clients or people where competency is an issue. But in order to do that, we have theorized that, and this is much to the work of a colleague of mine, Jesse Benet, who you guys have heard of, that involves, then this goes to Councilmember Mosqueda, your question, more extensive support in terms of even lodging people in hotels, even though we think that that could be possible. That would allow those types of individuals to shelter in place. They need one-on-one engagement. They need meals brought to them. There's probably a likelihood of staff on site 24/7 and overnight support site staff that can support and engage with those individuals and make plans, and have medical service providers, mental health providers, substance use providers go to those places and meet them. But if that was all packaged, that was the kind of support we could see that could make the positive impact for people, and like Lisa Howard's constituency, who is saying that they need to be able to open businesses, they need to make things happen, and right now it's not attainable to do that.
But just to be clear, Tara, sorry, Councilmember Lewis, if I could just say, because Tara and I talked about this ahead of time.
We do need to get to a few more questions, but go ahead, Alison, please.
Believe me, we're ready to wrap up. But I just want to be clear that it's not that we don't have the skilled folks to be able to serve people, it's that there isn't a place for them to go. So whereas we never had enough shelter, there was some level of turnover, something like between 5 and 12% for single adult shelters. And so there was some sort of a form, if you will, of a game of musical chairs, musical mats on the floor. Now it is 1 or 2 spots a day, or a week rather, opening up. And so those folks that Tara is talking about absolutely would fit with services that are provided by other skilled teams in our community, but we don't have physical rooms for those folks. That's what we need.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so Councilmember Herbold, you are next up for a question.
Thank you, and it's a short one, and it's for Alison. Alison, can you give us your opinion on what the appropriate role is for the navigation team in regards to COVID-19 testing?
In a word, no. I mean, I can give you my opinion, and it is a terrible idea. I think that there are good people who are associated with the navigation team, but what seems not to be understood very generally, perhaps that is a result of human nature, is that the navigation team is not, generally speaking, a trusted set of actors in the community. And in order to do a good job with testing, you need to have trust. So that idea was raised to me several weeks ago, and I explained that I thought that that would not be a very smart or respectful idea. And in fact, I think the people who are really skilled at doing that are actually out there talking to folks. And there are a lot of people, whether they're folks who work in places like the Seattle Indian Health Board or other healthcare settings in the community already, or people who are part of skilled medical integrated outreach teams in the community already, who are actively engaging with people. And that is what we have to rely on and bolster. But somebody who is associated with disrupting a place where people are living is not that's really, again, the opposite of what is effective in terms of gaining enough trust from someone to have them agree to be tested. And then, as I said in my remarks, I am also concerned that in terms of doing appropriate contact tracing, that's really something where the skill set that that community-based organizations and their staff and outreach teams that are in the community have is highly relevant. If someone you didn't know walked up to you and asked a lot of personal questions about who you'd been spending time with and asked if you would have a test when you really don't have a lot of information about what that test is and what the results of having a test are going to be for your life, you would probably also refuse. And we need to encourage people and give them information. That's one of the other things that's sorely been lacking. I think Jessica's point was a really good one, that she is a source of information. I've had a lot of people experiencing homelessness ask me if I had a newspaper. I mean, people don't have information about what is going on. And so we need to go back to the basics of providing solid education and information.
Thank you.
Alison, thank you so much. Councilmember Morales has the last question, at which point I have one final question, and then we will finish with this panel. So, Councilmember Morales.
Councilmember Lewis,
Thank you.
Can I just ask a process question, please?
Yes, Councilmember Swan.
Sorry to interrupt, but are we, you as chair would know the answer to this question, but are we expecting a vote? I'm just asking because it's running up into my next meeting, so.
Yeah, yes. Considering the late hour and the discussion, I would not. No, there's not going to be a vote today. At least that would be my preference.
Thank you.
Yes. Councilmember Morales.
So that's basically where I was going. I do want to thank Jessica for your powerful testimony and hearing the sort of nuts and bolts about how the shelter referral system works or doesn't work, and getting a real on the ground understanding of the sort of Byzantine nature of what people are put through is really important for us to understand. Alison mentioned, the navigation team being a gatekeeper for hundreds of rooms. So I think it's clear we really need to dig into how to address those questions and those challenges so that we can actually be serving people better. And given that we are heading into this 6th hour of this conversation, my question to Chair was going to be if we were planning to have another meeting so that we can discuss the amendments and actually move the bill and keep the conversation going.
Certainly, but let's finish with this panel and then then have that discussion would be how I'd prefer to handle that. Councilmember Morales, did you have any other questions for the panel? Okay, I have one final question, and then we'll close it out, and it's for Lisa Howard. So Lisa Howard, this is just a process question. I want to ask, because I'm on a call every week with the BIAs. I appreciate the leadership of the BIAs in the city, and I was just in a hearing this morning about the University District BIA and the functions that they serve. We all share a common goal of getting all of our neighbors inside, and I think that one thing we've really seen today from this conversation is any way out of this is going to require some kind of prioritization of increasing the amount of placements that can be offered by our outreach workers, be they tiny house villages, be they hotels, be they whatever. Can I work with you and the other BIA directors to see if we can build some common cause on focusing on that scaling up, and can we engage critically on that as an area of advocacy where the BIAs can be an ally in this?
Yes, and I think one of the challenges right now is that, with COVID-19, our economies have been completely destroyed. And so what we're facing as districts is significantly harder. I mean, what everyone is facing right now is significantly harder than anything we've faced to date. And so I think that we need both short and long-term relief on this. And I think the solution is going to be a mix and a lot of options and not one single thing. And I think everybody needs to come to the table to be able to do that, to work together to make sure that there's relief for both the districts, the residents, the businesses, and the stakeholders of Seattle, as well as the populations that are currently living on the street, needing resources that we don't have in place and have been challenged and put in place for a really, really, really long time. It's not any easier during a pandemic. But yes.
Well, I look forward to following up with you on that and a lot of the folks that called in earlier today. So thank you. So thank you so much, panel.
Thank you.
I am going to make a few comments here on kind of what I see as the steps forward based on this conversation today. I really appreciated the opportunity to hear from a lot of folks from the executive, to hear from folks who are community members, service providers on the front lines of this, and then the well over 100 people who called in during public comment to express their opinion on this. I want to thank Councilmember Morales for submitting, based on all that, very prescient legislation that has really sparked an important conversation, and certainly something that we need to grapple with. I think that the first thing I want to say is, I very pointedly asked Senior Deputy Mayor Fong whether there was going to be a path forward here legislatively in terms of getting assent from the executive. My read of the response from Senior Deputy Mayor Fong was pretty unequivocal that they did not think the legislative path was something that they could see themselves assenting to. And then they were also unequivocal in saying that they do want to work with this council to advance potentially some of these issues through alternative means along the lines of what Councilmember Herbold, Councilmember Mosqueda, and I have been talking to the executive about pursuing since our letter that we sent in late March. I want to take the executive up on their offer to come to the table and to talk with us as a council. I think Esther Lucero put it rather well, saying, we should be able to find a way in the city to come together and to reach some kind of accord. I do think the executive was earnest in their interest in getting together, and I'm going to flag 3 areas that I want to address with the executive that get to the underlying issues that we're trying to deal with this legislation. First, I want us to dive into and look at a plan or a path to having some kind of consultative conversation about the multi-departmental administrative rules that currently undergird the navigation team, how we can evaluate how they're working, where there's room for improvement in those rules, and what changes we can make to improve and fix those rules along the lines of the posture that this council had adopted in the early spring. I want to discuss with CBO and with other stakeholders some of the special and unique resources that we have from the state and from federal partners, as well as some opportunities to leverage local resources to scale up certain placements, be they hotels, be they tiny houses, of which we heard extensive testimony today from all of our panelists that tiny houses, hotels, there are shelter options that are working effectively, that are desirable, and that are endorsed by our outreach workers. And that there is admittedly, and this is not just a post-COVID, this is not just a COVID era problem, that there has been a long-term lack of supply of those shelter options and ways to build on and expand those kinds of options so we can get more folks out of unsanctioned encampments and inside. And then finally, Co-Lead, which is just now becoming operational, that has about 120 spaces that ultimately they're going to fill with people in Seattle, and how Co-Lead and the platform that co-lead is offering can help inform our encampment removal strategies. I've checked with the clerk throughout this committee meeting, and June 10th is currently open for a committee meeting. I'm requesting that we be joined from representatives by CBO, HSD, and the mayor's executive team to participate in this table to work through some of these issues and to discuss these issues in good faith between this council and the mayor to make some meaningful impact on the very real human issues that the city is grappling with and that we've discussed now for 5.5 hours. You know, for everybody that tuned in, for our business owners, for the people in the encampments, for the folks that live in the neighborhoods in the city, for renters like myself, for homeowners and property owners who live in some of the single family neighborhoods in the city, we all have a unified interest, despite our different positions, in getting folks out of unsanctioned encampments and inside. And I want that to be the frame for this next conversation that we have on the 10th, and see if we can come to some kind of accord on this. Because I do think everyone came to the table today with an interest in doing that. You know, I think that also going back to the procedures on this legislation, there have been some amendments that have been introduced. I think that that legislation warrants due discussion and consideration of those amendments with a little more time for people to review them. So again, I think just because the hour is late, I propose that we move this discussion, and I'm going to work with Vice Chair Herbold and the executive team to shape an agenda for the June 10th meeting to try to work through some of these issues together as a unified city government to make progress on areas where all of us acknowledge there's progress to be made, and we heard a lot of that from all corners of this discussion today. And I look forward to that discussion on June 10th that hopefully won't go till 7:30. So with that, I want to turn it over to comments from other council members before we go to new business.
Councilmember, Mr. Chair, may I speak? Councilmember Juarez. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody for 5.5 hours. And I do agree with your leadership, Chairman, that we move this over to June 10th. I think in light of 5.5 hours hearing from these complex issues from our service providers, from the executive, and from our colleagues, that I feel I need some more time offline to have some of my outstanding questions addressed, and some of the ones you have addressed, that some of these we may be able to solve administratively. Some of it may be through legislation, but I don't believe at this juncture I am prepared, and I can't speak for my colleagues, obviously, that and I would welcome the opportunity between now and June 10th to look again at the base legislation and go back over the 3 amendments, because I have many outstanding questions, and I just think a lot of this we can get answered offline. I do not want to spend another 5.5 hours on this. Thank you.
Any other council members wishing to speak? Okay, not seeing anyone else jumping for it. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Morales.
Sorry, I'm toggling on the surface thing. Just isn't my thing. I want to just give a final thank you to everybody who has been sitting with us on this conversation for many hours now. I do think that is brought into relief just how critical this issue is. We have a lot of things that need to be adjusted. We need to make sure that we are actually serving the most vulnerable in our community, and that includes providing the kind of systems that allow for our service providers to do their jobs. Listening to Jessica talk about the grind that she goes through with a client to get one person into housing, knowing that we have thousands of people who need support and need help. I think it's troubling that things are so broken. And if nothing else, this 5 hours has really, my hope is really helped us understand that we have a lot of work to do to serve our community, to serve our homeless neighbors, and to make sure that the essential workers who are on the front lines trying to do the best that they can for our neighbors have the resources that they need, the systems and the infrastructure they need to do their jobs well, so that we can move this homelessness crisis out of the crisis column and actually support our community better. So I want to thank everybody. I'm looking forward to moving together and working in partnership to do the right thing. And my hope is that we will have, as you said, Councilmember Lewis, have a sincere effort to bring folks together to solve the problem, and commit to the investment and the systems changes we need to serve people.
Thank you so much, Council Member. With that, before we adjourn, is there any new? Oh, I'm sorry, Council Member Mosqueda.
Thank you, Chair Lewis. I just wanted to echo the prime sponsor's points. I thought those were an excellent summary of the powerful testimony from both of the panels, and I really appreciate your leadership, Councilmember Lewis, in outlining those 3 buckets where we are expecting answers in those areas, and also through a collaborative approach. I think the community is demanding of us that we respond. I really just want to echo something that Tara said previously, and I think as we hear from community members who are both concerned about folks living outside for their safety or concerned about the safety that they're articulating, and Lucero clearly talked about that as well. But, it is a call for us to act. And I think that in making sure that we have this meeting on June 10th, we'll continue to respond to that call for action. And just want to say thank you for everybody's long engagement on this, especially the prime sponsor of the bill for making this vehicle possible for this discussion.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Mosqueda. So before we adjourn, is there any other business before the council? Seeing and hearing none, we are now adjourned until June 10th. Thank you.
Thank you.